2-1. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the meeting of the Kennebunkport Select Board. Today is the 26th of March. I'm calling the board to order at 5:01. Our first item is an executive session per MRSA 1, Section 405-6E to consult with the town attorney regarding the legal rights and duties of this body. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? We are in executive session. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this continuation of the Kennebunkport Select Board. Today is the March 26th, and we have just returned from executive session per MRSA 1, Section 405-6E, to consult with the town attorney regarding legal rights and duties of the body. Can I have a vote to come out of?
You don't need to, you just call me.
Isn't that wonderful? We are out of the executive session. All righty, so would you please rise and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I haven't done that in such a long time, I forgot the words.
Thank you. Item 4 is the approval of the March 5th and March 12th, 2026 Selectmen minutes.
So moved.
Second.
For first and second, any discussion? None, all in favor? So moved. Item 5 is our public forum, but before we enter into that, I would like to just make some quick opening remarks. The Select Board required the, before we begin, I would like to make a few statements and few comments on the Select Board requirements regarding communication and social interaction within this room and as your elected representatives for governance of the town, our expectations for conduct of social discord within our larger community. It is healthy and it's important for folks who disagree on a topic to engage in discussions, whether in person, social media, or through whatever other avenues. However, the degree of vitriol displayed on social media, rising to the level of threatening a resident's personal safety, is totally unacceptable for this or any community. Such comments and accusations have often been based on misinformation and bad assumptions, choosing to assume malice without seeking facts. What is most disturbing is that elements within our community who better know the facts and have the opportunity to quell rising vitriol chose to remain silent and allow it to foment. Our hope as a board is that the various components of our town's interests will work with each other, assuming an absence of malice, and allow the time and space for constructive resolutions to develop. Now, we all know that there are many people here tonight who wish to speak, wish to address the group. I think it might be helpful if we just take a minute to review what the Board of Selectmen had set as our meeting rules back in October of 2024. First of all, comments are limited to 3 minutes. They may be longer at the board's discretion. Folks will have an opportunity to speak one at a time and only on one item. The chair shall recognize the person who wishes to speak, and that person will approach the podium, if they're physically able, and state their name and town of residence for the record. Folks may speak again, but only to clarify a point or share new or previously unheard point of view. Again, this is not a time for debate. All comments and questions must be addressed to the chair. Comments should be courteous. Personal remarks or accusatory comments are always out of order. Any person who disrupts the board meeting will be required to leave. During the discussion, the audience shall not disturb the proceedings by whispering, talking, or other distractions. We got a big group. Please do keep that in mind. The chair has the authority to stop any presentation that violates these guidelines. The chair will close public comment as soon as no new information is presented, and any person who disrupts the meeting may be asked to leave. So that's my comments. I do want to offer an opportunity if any of my other colleagues would wish to make a statement.
Go ahead. No, I would just like to second that. I think that this board has worked very hard. I am a big supporter, and I'm going to speak specifically to Prelude because I think that has become the issue. I'm a big supporter of Prelude. Always have been, always will, and fully understand the importance it is to the businesses. Some of this started with the bus situation, when we had a very nice, open, and transparent conversation on February 11th to talk about and get feedback on the buses. That seemed to go sideways shortly after. And there were the press was called in, social media campaign undertook that we were going out to destroy the businesses in this town. No one in this board is planning on ever destroying the businesses in this town. But we do represent the businesses and we represent the residents of the town. With the Prelude situation, I will say that the amount of, I do not follow social media for my own mental health. You all should probably get off the keyboards, a lot of you. But I will tell you that you get sucked into it because friends tell you that you need to look at it. The amount of anger, the amount of hatred that was leveled at some of your board members is unacceptable, to the point where I don't know what I think about Prelude anymore, because there are people who are, to John's point, have the ability as leaders of organizations to stop some of this. The line was crossed on Tuesday when a town resident was threatened on Facebook. It's the point where we had to call the police for them. Unacceptable. And anyone involved in it, and it was a business owner in this town who I will not dox, but they felt it was appropriate to dox some resident. I am not going to dox that business, but we know who it is. Unacceptable. So I'm just saying to folks, we have been called, we are unchristian, we're trying to get Christ out of Christmas, we are heathens, we are Satan, we should all be ashamed of ourselves. You people, basically, what have you elected? We are human beings. And we are trying to work for you and work with you. And I believe that this board has been open and transparent. These 5 members are excellent people. And we have been trying to work with you and for you. But the vitriol, which a lot of it may not be coming from residents in this town, but a lot of it was, it's unacceptable and it will no longer be tolerated. And you are not doing yourselves any favors if you, as the leaders of some of these organizations, think that this is being helpful. You are not helping your situation. So that's my opinion, John.
So I would just like to add that I thank both of my fellow board members for speaking up. I think their words hopefully will be heeded by many. But I would also like to point out to all our residents in the room right now and business owners that irregardless of what's been said on social media, irregardless of what's been put forward in the press, that this group of board members have been continuing to work to try to find solutions for everything going on in town. We have a lot on our docket, as you're going to see by a lot of the public hearings that we have tonight. We have a lot of the business for the town, and that we've been continuing to work for our residents and for our businesses in this town. Thank you.
Great, then we are
Yep.
ready to move on, please. So item 5 is the public forum. This is an opportunity for anyone in the room or online who would wish to address the board with an issue that is not on the agenda. I can't believe there is any issue out there that's not on the agenda. But is there anyone in the room, and do we have anyone online?
We have 47 attendees.
Excellent.
No hands raised at this time.
Excellent. Now I'd like to take my privilege as chair to rearrange the agenda. We had originally placed the budget board down to item 11 because there was some thought that they may need to be involved in some of the discussions happening before that time. But we've determined that that's not the case. So for their sake, this is really half of their meeting as well, that all of this has come about. I would like to ask that April call the budget board to order, and then Lori will have a short presentation, and we'll get on with the town's business of approving the budget warrant for year 2027.
I would like to call the meeting of the Budget Board to order. We have a quorum, so we're ready to roll.
So I just have a few slides to review, so everybody knows that we're on the same page. So on this article of the agenda, we need to vote on the budget. And you will see under, you should all have the spreadsheet. Did we give them copies? And we'll vote on those categories. So,
What
First-
page is it?
what? 10,
10? Okay,
item 10.
item 10.
11's the warrant.
Do we have copies of the final, or just, we just have this?
Do we have any more of these?
Okay,
We only have one extra
okay,
hard
that's
copy.
fine, I'm good.
So, I just want to remind the budget board, I did get some questions about what were the items that were not included in the budget that were part of the overview. So these are the operational items. You can see the list. I won't read through them, and the total was $143,270. Next slide. Here were the capital reductions, and we talked about these as we went through the budget process. And the total was $526,000. Next slide. So the question is, at the last meeting, what the budget board and selectmen talked about as proposed changes, so I wanted to review those. We talked about adding the police wellness program, the fire wellness program, the CAI conversion for GIS for $21,000. We added a fuel contingency of $20,000 based on the issues related to current events. And then we had a reduction in the prelude costs based on the ordinance language and a reduction in police capital. On the revenue side, we increased revenue sharing by $10,561 and added the sale of a public works truck for $10,000. So that was a net $0 impact on the proposed budget. Does the budget board have any questions on that?
I have one quick question. The $3,000, I know it's not a large item, but,
Dave, speak into the microphone.
oh, sorry.
Which three did?
The
I
police-
had a question about the reduced police capital. So they had a budget for that item, and then there was a grant that exceeded that by 3,000.
By 8,000, yep. So the issue is that although the grant was 58,000 and our budget was 50, the grant had requirements in it that created that need for 58,000. We had to supply the federal government with quotes from contractors based on what they wanted us to do. So that's why that amount is higher, even though it's replacing our 50.
Okay, and it is appropriate that that 3,000 be repurposed for this other
So,
expense?
what we had replaced it with was the security renovations, and that was only 47,000.
Okay,
So that's the reason for the 3,000 reduction.
thank you.
Any other questions? So if not, do you want to hand out these to the board too? The board? So, let's just go to the next slide. So the question is, what does this mean in the big picture? And you can see the municipal is up by about 3.7%. Education and county are in green because those are still estimates at this point until we get final documents from them. The total expenditures would be a 3% increase. However, total non-property tax revenue increased as well, so to offset some of that expense. So the net municipal commitment is there at 1.31%, and then the net total commitment includes the education and county. So there is our estimate on valuation. Of course, valuation numbers don't get put in place until April 1st of each year, and then the assessor works on those numbers through till June. So we don't really know the true valuation number we'll have, but this is our estimate. Next slide. So in terms of, and you have before you, Nicole just handed out into the budget board, this final tax commitment sheet. And you will see at the bottom, this shows that the municipal portion of the tax rate will be 0% increase for FY '27. Right now, education and county are estimated at these percentages for an increase. And as we discussed in the budget process, because of the RSU 21 budget process last year, we had additional funding between when we had to commit taxes and the final number that was approved by voters, as well as a homestead adjustment. So once that is applied, we would be having a reduction in the municipal portion of the tax rate by 17 cents, which is a 6.5% decrease. And that overall, if education and county come in at those numbers, it would make up their increase, which is about 9 or 10 cents. So we'd still be down 7 cents overall. So does anybody have any questions, or does that make sense? And that's it, right, Dave? So, with that, I just wanted to review where we were, and I'm ready for, if the two boards are ready to make decisions. So this is what we're gonna go down through first. And we need to vote on each category.
So this is the article,
We'll do that one next.
all right. So I need to call for, but we'll just do these as the group, right? We can do it by the expense category.
Yes.
General government programming expenses.
Mm-hmm.
And we're doing the revised 31926 value, correct?
Correct.
So I would ask, do we need, you want a formal motion for each one?
Yes.
I would ask, please, for a motion to fund the total general government program expense at a level of $2,803,132.
So moved.
Second.
First and second,
That's for them.
all on the board in favor? Excellent, thank you.
Do we want to go to budget board and let them vote next?
So you want to do each one to just alternate off? Perfect, thank you.
Okay, and for the budget board, I would like to ask Alan, would you like to make a motion on the general government expenses?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor, and I'm gonna ask the budget board to keep your hands up so I can count, because there's a lot of us.
Yeah.
And we're on two different sides, so it'll be easier if everybody holds their hands up and I can count. So we'll have an accurate vote. All those in favor? 1, 2. 11. All those opposed? 0. 11 to 0.
Moving on to the second item, this is the public safety program expenses. I'm asking for a motion from the board to approve a value of $4,270,540.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and second, all in favor? Thank you.
And for the budget board? Alan?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Is there an opportunity for
2,
discussion?
3, 4,
Point?
5, 6, 7, 8.
April, she's asking for.
She's asking for a
Discussion.
discussion. Is there a chance?
Discussion, want an opportunity
Is
for
there a chance
discussion?
for discussion?
Oh, sure.
Elizabeth Conrad, I just want to reiterate the suggestion that I made at the last meeting, which is that the monies that were removed from the police and fire to cover Prelude, that was later determined to be an issue set aside by the new ordinance, be placed in the contingency budget in the event that that ordinance is resolved and changed. And I understand that that has not occurred, so I just want to register that recommendation one more time. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Okay, so let's take a vote. All those in favor of the public safety program expenses? see 11 hands. All those opposed? Okay, 11 to nothing.
Next item is health and welfare program expenses for a value of $1,177,499.
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor?
Budget Board? Alan?
So moved.
Bob?
Second.
All those in favor?
Everybody.
11 to 0.
Next item is Public Works Programs Expenses for a value of $1,731,270.
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? 5-0.
Budget Board? Alan?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, 11-0.
Next item is the total recreation, cultural contingency, and miscellaneous program expenses for a value of $825,441.
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? 5-0.
And Budget Board? Alan?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, and Elizabeth, is this the one you're going to abstain?
This is, I have to abstain because I'm on the board for Graves.
Okay, so we have one abstention because she's on the Board of Directors for Graves Library, so she's going to abstain from this.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 10-0-1.
And the last is for the capital expense and reserve account and debt service payments for a total of $3,931,551.
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? 5-0.
And Budget Board, Alan?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? $11 to 0.
And just for the record, for those that aren't good at math in their head, the total for our commitment for the town is $14,739,433. I think April can close your.
She still has to vote on the warrant.
Yeah, we have the warrant articles. Everybody's got a copy of the warrant? Okay.
So on the warrant, we did highlight in yellow the votes we need from Select Board, and in turquoise blue, the Budget Board votes. So the first one is Article 2, which is housekeeping articles, and we need a vote of recommendation on this article.
I'd like to make a recommendation to adopt Article 2 as written.
Second.
I have a first and second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
The next article is Article 3, which is additional housekeeping, but it's the acceptance of all revenues and authorizing the board to deal with year end.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a recommendation to adopt Article 3 as written.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? 5-0.
And the Budget Board, Alan?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of Article 3? Okay, 11 to 0.
Article 4 is a selectman recommendation. This allows the tax collector to accept prepayments, allows us to accept shade tree easements, and allows the selectmen to accept unconditional gifts, except for sewer lines.
I will make a motion to adopt Article 4.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? 5-0.
So now we get into the budget funding articles, and we need recommendations. So even though you approved those amounts on the budget worksheet, we need a recommendation for each article.
So for Article 5, this is the appropriate general government program expenses, $2,803,132.
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? 5-0.
Budget Board, Alan?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? 11-0.
Article 6 is the appropriation for public safety program expenses, $4,270,540.
So,
moved.
second.
First and second, all in favor? 5-0.
Budget Board, Alan?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? This is for public safety. All 11-0.
Article 7 is appropriation for the health and welfare program expenses at a value of $1,177,499.
So moved.
Second.
Got a first and second, all in favor? 5-0.
Budget Board,
So moved.
Second.
all those in favor? 11-0.
Article 8 is the appropriation for Public Works Program at $1,731,270.
So,
moved.
second.
First and second, all in favor? 5-0.
Budget Board, Alan?
Moved.
Second.
All those in favor? It's 11-0.
Article 9, appropriation for recreation, culture, contingency, miscellaneous program expense, $825,441.
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor?
And Budget Board,
So moved.
Second.
all those in favor? Okay, and this is the one that you're abstaining on, right, Elizabeth?
Correct.
Okay, so we have 10-0-1.
Article 10, capital expense and reserve account and debt service payments, the value of $3,931,551.
So moved.
Second.
First and second, sorry. All in favor?
We're on a roll here.
Right, doing it. Article 11.
And Budget Board, oh,
Oh, sorry. I was on such a good move. You're moving too
don't
fast.
forget us. All right, Budget Board, Alan?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? 11-0.
10.
In Article
Didn't
11,
want somebody abstain?
That was the article before.
Oh, okay. Right.
the Article 11, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $6,084,202 from the estimated non-property tax revenues and $400,147 from undesignated fund balance, as well as $1 million from the capital project reserve account to reduce the property tax commitment.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and second, all in favor? 5-0.
And Budget Board,
So moved.
Second.
all those in favor? 8, 9, 10, 11, 0.
Article 12 is a recommended adoption of this article to see if the town will vote to authorize transfer of the 2006 Ford F-550 light rescue vehicle.
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? Excellent, 5-0. And finally, Article 13, to see if the town will vote to authorize the acceptance of a donation of a 2026 Ford F-550 Darley four-wheel drive mini pumper.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and second, all in favor? 5-0.
That's it.
Now,
Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I just want to thank Lori and the staff and the two boards for all the hard work that you all put into it. I really, really appreciate the fact that in these difficult times, we're reducing the town's budget this year, so everybody will have a reduction in taxes, hopefully, as long as the school doesn't go crazy. and hopefully, and the county, and hopefully the school will realize, after the 3 votes last year and the fact that economic times are tough this year, that they will tighten their belts just as the town did. And I appreciate all the hard work that everybody has done, because we've been meeting, for those who don't know, we've been meeting for weeks on this budget. So even though we kind of went through it quickly tonight, we have been meeting for weeks to discuss this and fine tune it. So
A lot of
Anyway.
preparation.
Yeah.
a lot of preparation, and the town staff really deserves a lot of
Really.
credit.
Yes.
On behalf of the board, I would also like to thank the town staff, thank all of you on the budget board for your contribution to this. And just, everyone knows that, at least from the town's perspective, the 2 boards here have reduced your property taxes by at least 17 cents on the mill rate, so.
That's a-
17
that
cents.
deserves a clap right there.
Any increase is not the result of anyone in this room.
Ready to close?
Okay, so now I'll take a vote for the budget board to adjourn. Motion? All those in favor? All right, thank you very
guys.
much.
Appreciate it. We all do.
Okay, let's go.
Give you a minute, feel free to,
Make sure you take your seat cushions with you.
yeah.
Need them next year.
You're not leaving?
They're your gift. Wow. If you don't want it, that's fine. Thank you, Dave.
And this is
Bye,
our last
David.
meeting, we don't need to come.
This is it.
You are
Just
free.
wanted to make sure.
I'm glad you did.
Let's take a little bit,
All right, you ready?
stay for a few minutes, please.
We'll be moving on then to item 6. Item 6 is a public hearing to consider amending chapter 160-12, which is the stopping at intersections regarding the intersection at Dyke Road and Kings Highway. This was a discussion that the Select Board had back in 2025. It was a recommendation that came forward from the Beach Advisory Committee about adding a stop sign at Dyke Road and Kings Highway as you're entering onto the beach. That will make it now a 3-way stop, I think greatly increasing the safety at that intersection. So I will open the public hearing and ask if there are any comments from those in attendance or online. Hearing none, then I will close the public hearing. I will ask the board to please make a recommendation.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the amendment to chapter 160-12, stopping at intersections regarding the intersection of Dyke Road and Kings Highway.
Second.
I have a first and second, all in favor? 5-0. Item 7, this is a public hearing to consider amending chapter 160-11, parking and control regulations for amendments to parking locations at Goose Rocks Beach. These are the recommendations that were brought again from the Beach Advisory Committee, working closely with the town to replace 7 spots that were lost, 6 due to erosion along Dyke Road, and a 7th because of its location was deemed unsafe. Those spots have been reallocated along Kings Highway. So I will open the public hearing for any comments. Anyone online?
No hands raised.
Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and ask the board for a recommendation.
Make a motion to approve the amendments to chapter 160-11, parking and control regulations to parking locations at Goose Rocks Beach.
Second.
I have a first and second, all in favor? 5-0. Number 8, this is again a public hearing. This is to consider proposed amendment to chapter 160-10. This is the unlawful parking with the addition of a violation for parking in restricted areas. This has come up in support of the bus parking that we're going to be putting in place to allow us the authority to be able to ticket those that do not obey the law. Is that enough? Great. And so I will open the public hearing. Anybody online?
No hands raised.
All right, we'll close the public hearing. We are moving right along. And I will ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to consider proposed amendment to Chapter 160-10, unlawful parking with the addition of a violation for the parking in a restricted area.
Second.
I have a first and second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Now for another quick and easy one. This number 9 is to consider amendments to a mass gathering ordinance for the June referendum. Things have been moving quite rapidly through town and certainly within the select board. Over many weeks, many of the past weeks, the town has been working with the Prelude organizers to determine if we can find common ground to set an appropriate level of voter tax support for the Prelude festivities. Last week, just hours before the select board came to session, we discovered that our existing mass gathering ordinance specifically classifies Prelude as a commercial gathering and mandates that all town expenses related to traffic, safety, and crowd control be paid by the organizers of that commercial event, in this case, KBA. It has been determined through careful look and struggle one way back and forth with us that there really isn't sufficient time for us to be able to modify the existing ordinance and have it in time for the June ballot. So what we are proposing is, again, we've heard a lot of different opinions on both sides. And we, as a board, are working to find a successful solution to find a way that we can move forward to the benefit of all of our town residents. So, to that end, we are proposing that we have on the June ballot a non-binding advisory question that would allow the town to be able to vote and cast their ballot for one of 3 options. Either to have, well, what do we have? We should read the actual, eh?
Yeah. Can we put it up?
That I,
On the screen.
Can we put it on the screen?
we have, thank you. We have copies in front of us.
We have extra copies here.
I grabbed one.
Yeah, I thought we gave you one. No.
John took
So
it.
I stole it. Let me read you how this ballot question will be posed. The question 1, and it may not be question 1 at the time, but the question will start with, to see how municipal costs associated with the 2026 winter prelude, including,
No.
handed the wrong one. This is how fast things have been changing, but this one I swear is the final one. Question 2, which may not be question 2. To see how municipal costs associated with the 2026 prelude will be shared between the town and event organizers. Again, it was a non-binding question. The first shall be all municipal costs associated with the 2026 winter prelude shall be paid in full by the event organizers with no expenditure of municipal funds. The second choice is up to $17,500 of municipal costs associated with the first weekend of the 2026 winter prelude shall be paid from municipal funds, with the balance of the municipal costs to be paid by event organizers. And the third choice is up to $35,000 of municipal costs associated with the entire 2026 winter prelude event shall be paid from municipal funds, with the balance of municipal costs to be paid by the event organizers. So the intent here is to seek the will of the voters in terms of to what degree they wish to support Winter Prelude with their taxes, basically. This is a non-binding vote. However, thank you. We will continue to have an open and transparent conversation based on what the voters say. And be assured that the board will take action on the resulting vote and will honor the wish of the voters. So although it's a non-binding resolution, and there's legal reasons why it needed to be that, the intent of this board is to listen to what our voters say and then take action in the interim time, whether it's to modify the ordinance, that might be a choice. There'll be different things we'll be discussing together, but we will honor the choice of the voters on the June ballot. So that is the direction that we're suggesting we proceed in, and I will defer to anyone else on the board that would like to clarify my comments.
Can you make it a little bigger, Dave? Dave just put it up.
It's difficult, bear with me.
Well, that's why
Well,
we have
that
our
means
best
nothing at all,
people.
all to hell, so put it back up.
Can I have another one for you, because he keeps taking
There.
it.
How many do you need, Dave? If anybody wants a copy, we have some here. I'll just put them down.
Oh, and Dave, you had it?
Hard to see.
It looks pretty good. So while that's coming up, does anybody have some
And
thoughts?
I would just like to say for folks, if you're concerned why it says winter prelude versus the Christmas prelude, it is because in the current, the mass gathering ordinance, it is referred to as winter prelude. But we are talking about the same thing.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, I'd like to say something, John. I think given all of the distance that we've covered in the past month, which seems like the longest 2 years of my life since February, but this really is a great step because it is going to basically ask the taxpayers of the town how much of their money they want to use to subsidize the prelude, the winter prelude, right? Christmas prelude, winter prelude. And, you know, again, we've said a number of times from the dais, I think I personally support the prelude. I love the prelude. I love Christmas, despite what things were put on Facebook. I'm still, you know, I love it all. But there's a difference between support of a commercial enterprise and subsidizing a commercial enterprise. I'm fine with either, but I'm not fine with writing a check with other people's checking accounts. And all I hope to get from this is definite feedback from the voters and the taxpayers. How much, if any, subsidy are they willing to use in order to continue with the prelude? And this doesn't have anything to do with how many weekends or how big the prelude is. And frankly, I think a non-subsidized commercial enterprise is free to grow as large and as fast as it possibly can, whereas a subsidized enterprise is typically limited by the parameters and the guide rails that are put in by the subsidies. So I think this is great for business, and I think this is great for the prelude, and I think this is great for the town of Kennebunkport to finally let the taxpayers have a direct say in how their dollars are going to be spent. We tried very hard and made some very difficult decisions to keep the mill rate down, to keep it at zero. We can't help what York County or what the RSU assesses us. That's out of our hands. And again, I commend the staff and the town. Responsibly managing the limited funds in a time when funds are dear, to keep that mill rate at zero.
I too support prelude. And these questions will give us an opportunity to see where we want to go in our next step. But prelude to this town is so important for all of us. And This is good. Will help us.
And I again will state that I am a big fan and supporter of Prelude. I understand the very important role it plays in the businesses in this community. I think it is a woven fabric into the town. I have participated at the parking lot, raising money, parking cars, for raising money for the nonprofits. I have gone to the craft fairs. I go into the shops. I participate. This town is about, there are people in this town because of Prelude who have moved here, and there are people in this town in the summer who have the pleasure of finding out they move here because of the beach, and all of a sudden they find out they got Prelude too. There is no one, Prelude will go on, and the town of Kennebunkport does not put Prelude on. It is the KBA that puts, and the businesses that put Prelude on. So this is just an ability for the taxpayers to weigh in and say how much of their tax money they would like the town to possibly provide to the KBA to continue putting this important tradition on. That's so.
Yeah, and so I'd like to say too that I think everyone on the board has expressed the support of Prelude, the support of the local businesses, the wish for the businesses to succeed, and the wishes for our residents and businesses to succeed together. There's been some questions that I'd just like to address quickly. Some people had asked the town what events are we going to cancel in Prelude. We wanted to be very clear because there's, KBA, even though we've been talking with KBA actually runs Prelude. The town does not run Prelude. So KBA determines what type of events they're going to have, and that's viewed at, because it should be at a business level, they're doing events that bring businesses into town or bring customers into town. They're looking for customers to have enjoyment. They're looking for customers to spend money for their businesses during the holiday season. So that is, I just wanted to be clear on that because KBA is Prelude, is Christmas Prelude. The town supports Prelude by the resources, and that's really where it came back from. The other thing I wanted to clear up is, we did get caught, and any one of you that was in the room last Thursday or watched it via Zoom, I don't know if you zoomed in on our faces, but we literally just had, John and I had sat with legal counsel that afternoon, and were told, what box we had to legally work in as board members that took an oath to abide the laws. So I know we've got a lot of questions about that, but we were given a very small box to work in. We just spent another hour with our lawyers to see, what we could achieve or not achieve, and this really is the best solution. We want to hear from the voters, and then we will take action. Again, we'll work with our legal counsel to take action to figure out what is the next step once we hear from the June voters. I think in terms of history here, we've been getting some questions about the history of Prelude and when this ordinance went back into effect in 1986. So our town employees, again, have done some great work for us and looked up, part of this history. And when we go back to 1986 and look at the minutes around this and what happened around this, at that time, Prelude was paying the town for the resources being used by the town. So that's a very important thing to acknowledge. At some point during this transition, we do not know when yet, we do not know why yet, but the transition went where all of a sudden the decision, or knowingly or unknowingly, this transition happened where funds were now being used against this ordinance. So we are just, as David said and others, we are not against Christmas. We are not against Prelude. We are literally trying to do our job as we were sworn into, to follow the rules and to understand what boundaries we have to work within and what is legally responsible for us. The thing that you have in front of us, what's on the screen, that is our first step to getting this back under control, and most importantly, not listening maybe to all of social media, but to listening to the voice of our voters. And so I hope this discussion tonight, as we started off this meeting, will tap down some of the misinformation going around, and also maybe start to bring some of us back together And so I think we'll open it up for any feedback now.
I would just suggest anyone who doesn't know, Chapter 140 of the Kennebunkport Town Code ordinances, special events and mass gatherings. If you have not read that, you should read that, because that is what we are bound by. And that is what we have to live with for, it's Chapter 140 of the special events and mass gatherings.
Why don't you read it?
Oh, well, I'm not gonna read the whole thing. I
No,
will-
just that
So I
part.
will read you the definition. Okay, definitions of a commercial gathering. Well, no, I think maybe some people
Yeah,
want to
I
hear it,
think-
right? There are people out there. So those mass gatherings which are sponsored by local businesses or other groups with the intention of generating profits and/or for the purposes of attracting tourists and others to Kennebunkport for commercial reasons, such as promoting tourism or increasing the sale of goods or services available in the town or its environs. By way of illustration only and without limitation, the term commercial gathering includes the July 4th fireworks display, winter prelude, craft fairs, circuses, and similar events. And for attendance purposes, it has to be over 250 people. It excludes wakes, funerals, weddings, and it excludes Memorial Day celebrations. But that's what you should read, because that's what the board has to deal with. So that is unfortunately, well, it's not unfortunate, it is the town's ordinance. Why we were unaware of it, it doesn't matter. It is the town's ordinance, and that's what everyone should actually take a look at, because that's really the basis for what's going on.
At the risk of prolonging this, the other important piece is that it then goes on to state that if it is a commercial gathering, then the organizers shall. It isn't may, they must pay the cost for traffic, safety, and police work, the town's costs. So that, and there was no option for the select board to give a waiver. Those are kinds of things that can be looked at in the future to make a change, but again, there was no time to change it for this June, and that's the box we were in. This is our attempt, and I hope you'll agree, a reasonable attempt to move forward, find the wishes, so that Prelude will know what they can count on, and hopefully we will move forward. I would now like to open the floor to anyone who would wish to address the
I
board.
have just one more thing.
One more.
One more thing that we discovered that may be of interest to the public is that the onus of why this, the employees, our staff dug through, and really one of the driving factors of why this mass gathering ordinance went into effect was because they were looking at the police budget at the time and the services and the cost of that. And so these things were driving the cost because of these mass gatherings. And so it's sort of weird because that was in 1986. And now as we flash forward to 2026, the growth of Prelude, the success of Prelude, the success of businesses have created a little bit more stress within our town in terms of the mass gatherings. And that really was the genesis for, trying to open this dialogue and see what of the mass gatherings could we tap down a little bit to alleviate a little bit of the stress that we're having. So it's, so that's where we are. So go ahead, John, open it up.
Please. Anyone wish to address the board? Room? Yes.
Okay, my name is Jean-Pierre Perry. I'm French, so I apologize for my accent. I hope you will understand. It's
And
a
you're
simple
you're-
question.
you're-
I'm
excuse me, Jean.
Where you're from?
Your town.
Where are you from?
Paris.
No, we're,
May we-
well, I know that this had gone worldwide, but I didn't think you'd
I
come back.
apologize for that. I moved here 9 years ago, loved it. I'm curious to understand why. When I came here, it was called Christmas Prelude. Why did you call it now Winter Prelude?
Well, no, let me make that clear. It's called back in 1986, it was called Winter Prelude in the ordinance. In order to make this question kind of pertain back to the original ordinance, we are calling it Winter Prelude because that's what it is in statute. That's what it is in the ordinance. So Winter Prelude, Christmas Prelude, it's all interchangeable.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Tina, did I see your hand? Yes.
Hi, good evening.
How are you?
Tina Hewitt-Gordon, I'm the general manager of the Nonantum, but I am speaking to you as the president of the Kennebunkport Business Association.
And your town of residence?
I live in Kennebunk.
Kenny.
Yes. First of all, I would like to address all of your comments about the comments on social media. I hope that you realize that none of that is reflective of how the Business Association and the town works together. The comments that came across were completely inappropriate. Regretfully, we can't control what people say on social media. I wish we could. And much like you, David, I tend to stay off of it for my mental health as well. So I certainly do apologize for any of the rhetoric that you experienced. And
It
in
would have
reference,
helped if someone had spoken up, and sorry, I shouldn't interrupt. Go ahead.
and in reference to the comment that was made by a business owner, I certainly cannot, I would not defend in any way, shape, or form what that person did and the comments that were made, but that comment was taken down immediately, and we have spoken with the resident and offered our profuse apologies, because that was absolutely uncalled for. So, with that said, I want to thank all of you for your work here. I mean, as April said, we've been at these meetings for months. I've been here also, and I know you've worked very hard on behalf of the Business Association. I want to thank you for this draft. We think that it's a very fair step in the right direction. Obviously, it's a draft, and there's going to be some different language that will come to be so that the taxpayers can understand exactly what the actual costs of Prelude are currently and what they could potentially be, so that they understand, like, what does $35,000 cover, et cetera. But I'd also like to continue with our conversations of, Prelude is a funding mechanism. It's a huge fabric of the community, and I appreciate the recognition that you've all given to that this evening, because it is a very big part of this community. So, as we move forward, we'd like to continue conversations, and but also applaud you for not raising the tax rates. That's really amazing. As you said, John, I live in Kennebunk, and that's not the same. So. Anyhow. But to that degree, I also think that some of the funding doesn't have to always be on the taxpayers, and we can take a look at some other mechanisms. David, you mentioned something last week in regards to shifting some of the costs onto some of the tourists, maybe the parking, et cetera. So I'd like to continue some of those conversations, and I just, want to thank you. The question that I do have, I have two questions though. When this ordinance is rewritten, would this remain a commercial event? Is there the ability to, because I think one of the agenda items might be to talk about rewording the ordinance to remove Winter Prelude from the commercial gathering?
So I think we're taking, so we're taking this first step.
First step.
Okay.
Right, so this is not, as John had mentioned, and others on the board, we do not have the appropriate time to change a ordinance for the June ballot. So under legal counsel, this is what they said our parameter was to get information. Based on that, based on what the residents tell us, then we'll be able to look at that and move forward. But again, as you're saying, there's things that we can be talking about, which sort of actually even fall back into the businesses. A lot of people have written the board about, could businesses charge entrance fees, and so there's been a lot of help from outside voices about their willingness to come and pay a charge.
They are helpful, aren't they?
To enter Prelude. So I think those things can continue to work. And really, what we tried to do, Tina, is we wanted to give KBA at least. You can have a directional view based on what the June ballot is, right? So we'll have some type of assumption of then when we start to look at the ordinance language.
No, I think that's I think it's very fair. I mean, we would want the voters to have a weigh in on, what the direction of Prelude is, because it is such a big part of the community, and all of our sponsors are from this community. We've been approached by many corporate sponsors, and we've said no to all of them because we don't want to see Prelude sponsored by Budweiser. We want to continue to have.
I would like to see the Clydesdales, though. Wouldn't that be great?
The Clydesdales, yeah, they'd be great. I mean, and, part of the tradition of this event is keeping it as a community event. And I realize by definition, in the ordinance as it reads, it is not. But it is to all of us, all the hundreds of volunteers that make it happen, as well as, you know, the nonprofits that are here. So, you know, I'm really hopeful that we get to, I'm glad that we're going to be able to get to work together to look to keep it as that community event, keep the sponsors all local, and look for different funding mechanisms that don't include the Clydesdale horses.
Okay.
So,
I'll take the Budweiser wagon, you can keep
You
the
can- So, I mean, Tina, just to, I mean, yes, look, depending on what comes out, we want to continue talking to you. One of the things that came out about this whole thing was in the vast amount of emails that came through. I responded to someone who was from New York, who told us that shame on all of us, right? And I kind of responded, and in the meantime, we ended up having a phone conversation this morning. And, you know, she actually gave some great suggestions as a tourist who comes here for those reasons, as ways of that Prelude or the community could get funding from the tourists. So, I mean, there are people out there there are ways of doing it. So I think we continue to work with that. And as I said, everyone here, I think, supports it. There's nothing that we don't.
well, good, bad, or indifferent, I think that it's really important that everybody's voices are heard. Obviously, in kind, respectful tones would be the most appreciated. But, you know, I do think that it's important that we hear from everybody and we get some different advice on, you know, how we could possibly make, you know, the event move forward.
Yeah.
So, I do have a question about 4th of July, though, because I know that has come up quite a bit. If you could actually speak to, because in that same ordinance, it lists 4th of July, and I know that that's a town-sponsored event, so.
Today.
I assume that the town is the applicant.
Actually, when it was written, when the ordinance was written, the chamber was hosting it. So it was.
Laura was excited to hear that you might want her to take it back. I'm
Well,
like,
Well, she wants.
If she's got the money,
Just
she's
kidding,
welcome.
kidding,
Step
she does
right
not.
up.
She does not.
So I believe, my guess is that that's why it was in there, and that it just had not been amended.
Yeah.
So I would agree with you that if I were looking at doing the ordinance, that's something I would take a close look at. Because I don't think it would, as you look at the definition of a commercial gathering, it would not fit.
I don't disagree in any way, shape, or I don't disagree, John, but when the board has, when reading the ordinance, says that, that Prelude is a commercial gathering and can't be funded by the town, 4th of July is also written in there, so how is it that the town can fund for
Yeah, can I
4th of
just
July?
answer this?
Yeah.
So the ordinance language does say that the applicant must pay for those expenses. And in this case, the town is the applicant. And so that's how we're funding that. But I agree, it would be better to clear up the language.
Yeah, but as John said, the reason why it's in there is because at the time, the applicant was the chamber.
It just seems kind of a little
Well,
circular.
I think
And
that's,
get it.
that's
I mean,
1986 language, and I think that, you know, so it doesn't, if the point's trying to be made that that's not, that's a community event and we're mixing apples and oranges, at the time, you know, there was an outside agency. So now, fast forward, you know, really, again, we want to take this one step, right? So first, we want to do the June ballot and see what the residents wants us to do, the voters, and then once we get that, then we can be able to open up. We have a list of things, and a lot of things we have to sit down in executive session and go through our lawyer. You know, the thing about definitions, there's a lot of nuances, and there's a lot of things that as David read the ordinance, that's really hard to get away from, you know, but that's work we have to do. You know, the discussion about commercial events, community events, that's future stuff that we've got to work on as soon as we get through the June ballot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds
Okay.
like you need to get that 4th of July out of that ordinance as well.
Yeah.
It's a town
I
event.
think
Yeah.
if you take a look at the ordinance, and I don't want to get in the weeds of it here, but
Joe's our lawyer.
Prelude and 4th of July fireworks are listed illustratively because they meet the definition of a commercial gathering. The fact that they're listed in there does not make them a commercial gathering. It's for example. So what the statute says is, this is the definition of a commercial gathering under the law, and here are some events, for example, that are commercial gatherings under the law. So you could take Prelude out and 4th of July out, and that doesn't make it a non-commercial gathering.
So
I hear what you're saying, but I guess, I certainly am not trying
lawyer.
to argue with you, and especially in legalese, because that's not I don't speak that language. But I guess when you're, I guess I just look at it, when I read it, if they're in the same sentence as illustration of, the same could be said for Winter Prelude, that it's not a commercial event because it benefits the town. We don't need to argue it out, Joe, but, so I would just, just for
What is interesting,
clarification's
what is interesting is when you do go back and you look at the minutes from 1986 and you look at the newspaper articles that we were able to dig up from 1986 when all this went into effect, we literally could just change the names in that article and change the date, and it was the same issues.
Right.
And just.
And I think that's what we
and
tried.
it was July 4th, the Prelude was paying at the time.
Yeah.
July 4th was the impetus for including the mass, and the dump parade. But it was, it just kind of, not that I believe everything you read in the newspaper, do not believe everything you read in the newspaper, but it's just funny that it's the same.
Yeah, and I
I
think
think-
that goes back to what we're trying to do, which is, to that point, when we go back, David says it's just change the names and change the date on the thing, and it really was the precedent that we talked about before, which was the resources, right, and then the ballooning up, and I think that's, I think we need to somehow circle back to that in our discussions, but again, we were laser focused, we have a deadline, we wanted to get something, so we were laser focused on what can we do for the June ballot, that's what we've been working on since, the bottom dropped off on us on last Thursday.
Sure.
And so I think the board feels okay with where we are, and we're anxious to hear from the voters in June.
So anything else, Tina?
No, I appreciate that, but again, just by the number of people that are here, both as businesses, residents in this room, but also online, it just speaks to the passion for this event. And how much it means to all of us personally, but to this community. So thank you very much. And I know this was longer than 3 minutes. I
Well,
appreciate the
that's
extra
all.
time.
Well, we
Thank
asked you questions, so you're.
Hi, Rob, 3 minutes.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Rob Wingle, Kennebunkport, Goose Rock Beach. First of all, I was not exposed to what was on Facebook. It sounds completely inappropriate. You are town servants, and we appreciate what you do, and sorry for anything that came up from this. A couple of thoughts. I appreciate where you're going. I think there is a separate conversation, what the ordinance should read. I do agree, while it might have lots of commercial benefits, this is a community event. And when you do get to that discussion, I hope you think about it that way. Regarding this idea, whether inadvertently or not, 2 of you said we want to hear from the voters, and 2 said we want to hear from the taxpayers. And the reality is this town has a lot of non-resident taxpayers who fund a lot of this town. So given this is non-binding and you're looking for perspective, if there's a mechanism to do a survey of all taxpayers, I think that's worth considering. As much as the voters have great value, we know what the turnout typically is for voting in June. And we know that there are an awful lot of taxpayers who do enjoy the benefits of the town, but are not residents. So since it's non-binding, I'd encourage you to consider some other research method to enhance this, to give you more information about how all taxpayers feel, not just voters. The second thing I'd encourage, and I appreciate that you're trying to do this rapidly. I run a market research firm. There's potential bias in the way this is currently written. So I think the point that Tina made, if there's some language that actually gives context, it will reduce some of the potential bias in the way the current draft is listed, because it doesn't give any perspective on what the balance of municipal costs to be paid by the event organizers mean. And I think giving that context will be transparent for the voters or taxpayers if you choose to go there. And the other bias that is in here is anyone who goes to a fast food place knows there's a small, medium, and large size of everything. And guess what the majority of people pick? They pick the medium size. So want to take a look at the order in which you've asked the question of the voters as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good thoughts. Yes,
Vernon Moore, 34-year, year-round resident of Kennebunkport. And I don't mean to put a damper on the discussion, but I do want to thank you all for all the work that you've done on this. It's the first time I've really seen a select board give attention to residents of the town. So I just want to put that forward. I also want to talk about bias, and if we're going to talk about how we do surveys. And it would be the fact that we're doing this in the first place without the context of how much money the town has spent thus far of tax dollars. There's none of that is there. It would look as though there's very little cost to taxpayers. But if you figure in the amount of money for the past 40 years, or 35, or 30, it's a considerable amount of money. A couple of $200,000, $300,000, maybe even $500,000 if you look at it. So I would hope that when we're talking about context, that we would give that to the voters as well, so that people can see what we have not paid, what we have paid as taxpayers, against an ordinance that was not supposed to let us pay or have us pay anything. I know everyone in this room who lives in Kennebunkport and Kennebunk, we all live by ordinances. If we violate any of those ordinances, what happens to us? We get penalized, maybe to the extent of losing our homes if we don't pay our taxes and we don't pay the interest and we don't do it on time. This happened for a number of years, folks. We had 3 amendments made, recent amendments. How did we overlook collecting the money that was due the town based upon this ordinance? And I don't mean to cast aspersions, but I'm thinking about what would happen to those of us in our homes if we decide to do things that are against the ordinance of this town. We would be penalized for it, all right? And so I would just ask you to think about how much leeway is being given to this issue when you would never consider giving that kind of leeway to a resident of this community. And as one who has experienced it, asking to have a 3-by-3 square foot slab on my property so I could have a generator and being told no because I have a non-conforming lot, that's an ordinance, all right? Making sure that you get every permit that you need to do expansion of your house, which raises the tax value of your house, which gives more money back to the town. If you don't do it, you get penalized. You tear it out. You have to start over. So I just ask that as you're looking at this, please give some attention to, this is something that was on the books for 40 years. And at some point, either by omission or commission, it stopped being enforced. That's what I ask you to do. Thank you.
That's fair. Yep. Yep. We good. We get
Yeah, we got.
oh, Ms. Johnson.
Hi there. It's
Yep.
Amy Johnson, Kennebunkport. I have a question for Mr. Dykstra. You said that there wasn't enough time to get something on the ballot, but we're able to put this on the ballot by June. And I'm wondering why we can do one but not the other.
yeah, an ordinance, well, I'll let Lori address the ordinance process, just what needs to happen if you're gonna do it responsibly and do it well.
I know, I read up a little bit on it, 6 to 10 weeks, so we're hitting that pretty close.
Well, the warrant for the June election is basically being done tonight.
Let Lori explain.
so certainly in terms of drafting language, staffing committees are usually working on that in December and January, at least, and they bring it to the board for public comment in February. February is where they continue to put public comment. In March, the board decides on the language to send a legal review. They do that legal review, come back for a final comment, and then place it on the ballot by the end of March. So the warrant, although people feel like June is a long time away, it is. But because we have a ballot and the statutory requirements for absentee balloting, we have to make that now in order to have those ballots available. If you're gonna have something on the November ballot, you have to decide by the end of August. So that is the process, and really having that public process, someone asked me, can't you just do some simple language? And the problem is that, one, if we do that simple language in a hurry and don't understand the implications, we cannot change that language because it's a ballot. And then people will have their own stories to tell about what that language means. I don't think it gives clear communication, and when it gets voted down or up, we have people who are angry in the process because they did not understand that, or they didn't vote for it because of X, Y, Z. So it's just not a good process for ordinance amendments.
Okay, thank you. Let me look, my next question. Can nonprofit events be classified as commercial events?
Can nonprofit events?
Yeah, it doesn't really speak to nonprofit versus profit. It has other definition language. I'd say a lot of nonprofits, depending on the purpose of the event, could be classified as non-commercial, but it doesn't use that language.
Okay. In addition to, it sounds like, I'm sorry, I don't remember the gentleman's name that spoke, but it sounded like he had some good ideas, and maybe to give this a second and third look, which I'm sure you'll do. But could we also put on the ballot, would we prefer a community or commercial event? Would that be something that could go on the ballot in this context?
No, because I don't think we spent the time to really do the nuances and
Yes.
define it. So I think there's certain people that have it for certain reasons about what a community event is. But again, we've spent so much time just to get the simple language that you see, up above, if it's still there. And there's no value in that definition for the June. And I also want to talk about something about the cost. Like we said, KBA runs this event. They determine if they're going to bus people in from Kennebunk. They determine the events that they're having. They run their cost structure. The only thing we're talking about on this ballot are the costs for the town incurs per our ordinance language. So that's, this is very specific. It is not about how much money does the taxpayers want to spend on Prelude. It's more about, the cost of what the town is spending, how much do they want to support, per what our ordinance says right now. And I think that was something that was brought up before, and I just wanted to be clarity, because I know there's comments about, the town, does 25%, where Prelude spends, KBA spends 75%, but that's really not relevant to this discussion. This is just about the cost incurred for the town.
And your other question was, could a nonprofit, so it is sponsored by local businesses or other groups, which could be a nonprofit,
Yeah.
with the intention of generating profits and/or.
What's the definition? What are you defining right now? Not
What a
the-
commercial gathering is.
Okay, sorry, you
So,
didn't say that.
so generating profits and/or the purpose of attracting tourists or others to Kennebunkport for commercial reasons. So a nonprofit, yes, could probably put into that category. You could have a nonprofit, you could have a nonprofit that's putting on an event to attract tourists, right? And so, yes, it could be a non.
Okay.
In fact, I think that's exactly
Yeah.
what we have
Yeah.
with KBA.
Yeah.
They are
I mean, there's no way we can say
3C?
that.
Yeah.
Right.
No, six.
Six.
There are six.
Five,
Five,
okay.
one, C, six.
Okay. I know that there was some comments made on the bias of this. Will those be considered at another, I didn't see anyone write anything down. Maybe it's in the minutes, but will those suggestions be considered at a later time?
So the board
I
is in a
wrote it down.
position.
You
I
did?
wrote it
Oh, I
down
didn't
whether
see,
you saw
sorry.
it or not. And the meetings are all videotaped.
Yeah, I know that.
So, and we have minutes from
That's
the
what I said,
meetings.
yeah.
So we will take a look at this.
Okay. Sometimes things go into a trash
Thank you.
can and never
Thank you.
come out.
Okay.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
We're gonna have to move on, Amy, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I mean, you
okay.
got-
Tina got plenty of time,
Well-
but thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yep.
Yes.
Hi, I'm
most. I have a shop in Kennebunkport, but I live in Yarmouth.
You're
I
still
just want-
welcome. You're welcome.
Well, there's a reason I chose Kennebunkport for my business, obviously because of what all the great stuff that KBA and the Chamber do and bring, and it's much more of a year-round community than a lot of other locations. Aside from that, Prelude personally is obviously very important to me as my family. We come down from Yarmouth to take pictures in front of the tree. It's been on our Christmas card every year. I mean, we really love it, and we love the community and the energy and the inclusivity that it brings. But we also in Yarmouth have Clam Fest, so we are familiar with the growing pains of 100,000 people coming into your town and kind of taking over for several days. In our community, it is the schools, the chamber, and the town that work together and fund it. And we have, you know, many of the same things that you have. We have all the non-for-profits, you know, raising money. We have parade, we have a carnival, we have clam shucking, you know, pie eating, all the hometown fun stuff. So we can relate to what you're going through, but it is an identity to your town. And I don't know if you know it, but you're certainly the envy of many other towns to have Prelude. I mean, we all look up to you. I mean, I bring that booklet back and the chamber's looking at it and like, oh, what can we do different? This is so great. I love how they do this. So it's really complimentary to all of you. Of course, as a business owner, I want it as well. Do I do well? I mean, I'm in Union Square, so I'm not on the main drag. I do better. It's like a great summer day in the middle of December, which is a great, you know, thing for a business. But it's so much more than the dollar amount. It is so much more the community that is created that you have. The parades, the hats, the dogs that run around, you know, all that. Everybody's dressed up. Everybody's like, come on in. And, you know, even the stores that do the little tiny events like cookie baking and candle making and hot chocolate stands, they all add to that community. And I think you can't say one commercial or one community. It's both. It's both. And I think if you're going to make it both have to be a part of it. So just speaking from a different perspective, since I live in Yarmouth, I think there's lots of ways that you guys can work together and make this happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
I think we have some hands online.
Well, we got.
Yeah, but let's let some hands online here.
Deborah, you can speak. You have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Deborah.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name's Deborah Roberts. I live in Kennebunk, and I also have a business, mainly experiences, that also has the opportunity to work within Kennebunkport. And I just had a couple things that I want to say, and I've tried to get this down to 3 minutes. I think it's 3:05, but I'll try to be fast. I'd like to speak first to acknowledge the town's recent Facebook post from early this week regarding Prelude and ordinance compliance. I appreciate the effort to provide clarity, and I respectfully like to offer an additional perspective. The statement indicates that the Select Board is obligated to follow the law as written and cannot continue past practices. However, it's important to clarify that this ordinance is local policy. It's
Can you
not
speak up,
state
please?
law. Yes. You cannot hear me?
No,
No.
well,
No.
you're
Okay.
muted a
Breaking
little.
out.
Go ahead.
Just,
We can't hear.
Did we lose it? Go ahead. Did she mute? She doesn't show muted. No. Deborah?
Deborah?
That's
Yeah.
me?
Okay.
Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Okay,
Oh,
we got you.
now we
Okay,
got
we
you.
got
Now
you.
we got you.
Okay, sorry about that. Don't know what it was. Okay. So back to what I was saying. The statement indicated that it was a law that was written and cannot continue. Wait, I'm sorry.
yeah.
The social. Okay. They wanted to acknowledge that the town's Facebook page post from early this week regarding Prelude and ordinance compliance. The effort there was saying that the select board is obligated to follow a law as written and cannot continue past practices. However, it's important to clarify that it's an ordinance in local policy and it's not a state law. And it's no law being broken. It governs permitting the cost and recovery, but it does not prohibit the town from supporting an event. And as policy, it is subject to interpretation, discretion, and amendment. So this is not a situation where the town lacks legal authority. It's a situation where the town is choosing a specific interpretation. I also want to acknowledge something directly. The ordinance does include language that classifies the events like Prelude as commercial. I'm not disputing the language, but it's important to understand that what the classification is intended to do. It exists for permitting cost and recovery purposes, and it's an administrative classification. It does not define the full character of the event, and it does not limit the board's broader authority to support something that clearly serves both community and economic purposes. For over 40 years, the town exercised this discretion differently. What has changed is interpretation, not the ordinance itself. I also understand the position that the town cannot legally fund the event. However, the ordinance does not explicitly prohibit municipal support. It regulates cost recovery. The board still has full authority over policy budget decisions, which makes this a matter of choice, not legal impossibility. I also recognize there's a concern that because Prelude benefits businesses, that therefore it's commercial. But many community events generate economic activity. That alone does not make them purely commercial. Prelude also supports nonprofits, relies on hundreds of volunteers, as we've already said, and has been publicly described by the town itself, just stated in your comments on your website, as a deeply important to this community and a homegrown event. The language that you use in your own everything that you're saying community. It exists in both places, which is exactly why a broader interpretation is appropriate. It needs to be reclassified. The town statement also acknowledged that for over 40 years, its support of Prelude was not fully aligned with the ordinance as written. I understand the concern, but I would suggest that 40 years of consistent practice reflects how the ordinance has been interpreted in real-world application. That suggests there is room for interpretation, not just a single rigid reading. I also understand the reference of fiduciary responsibility, and I agree. This responsibility is very real. But fiduciary responsibility also includes supporting economic health of the town. Prelude extends seasonal employment, drives significant off revenue, sustains small business, and contributes over $275,000. So again, this is not simply an event. This is the part of the town's economic infrastructure. And that brings me to a broader point. Under Maine Municipal Law, Title 30-A, select boards have the authority and responsibility to manage town affairs, act in the best interests of the town's overall welfare, and allocate resources and recommend budgets. Economic vitality is part of that responsibility. The select board holds full executive authority of the town, including the responsibility to establish policy, recommend the guide of the municipal budget, and act in the best interest of the town's overall welfare. So the question becomes, is the town funding an event, or is it investing in the economic and community development? Because municipalities have broad authority to support tourism, promote economic sustainability, and invest in initiatives that strengthen their communities. Prelude does exactly that. The town statement says it must follow the ordinance, and I agree. But the ordinance governs permitting and cost recovery. It does not prohibit the municipality's support, and it does not remove the board's discretion in how it allocates funds or defines community benefit. So again, this is not a question of legal authority. It's a question of interpretation and the choices being made within the interpretation. And with that discretion comes responsibility. Responsibility to apply policy consistently, consider longstanding business and community reliance, base decisions on defined criteria, not perception, and ensure that traditions that benefit the town are not reclassified in a way that diminishes their value. If the ordinance no longer reflects the town priorities, then it should be amended transparently with community input. But until that happens, the town still has the ability and the responsibility to make decisions that support both economic and cultural fabric of Kennebunkport. Because Christmas Prelude is not just an event, it is part of what defines the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Debbie, I would say that we are in violent agreement. Thank you. If you look, again, as I hope you have seen what we have proposed, the ordinance requires that we recover certain costs if you're a commercial entity, and that we will do. We have asked the voting population to what level they might want us to be able to contribute to this event, to the Prelude event. Following exactly what you said, we have the authority to do that, and we wish to find from our residents at what level they would like us to do that. So I hope you would see that a lot of what we're doing is directly in line with what I've heard you present. So thank you so much for that.
So I just, before we go on, if I could just, I guess this is where I get confused. A lot of the comments we got back from people and stuff was, the town is not canceling Prelude. The town is not saying that the resources are not available to support Prelude. The town is not pulling back hours of resources that our staff does, that the staff does in preparation for Prelude. The town has made no such statement. So yes, everything that everyone says is true. The complete board has stated, that the town the board is in support of Prelude. The discussion is about funding the town back. So there is no, and Tina, as the KBA president, has spoken tonight, and that, as we have been working, we'll continue to work together. People, as David had said, have offered suggestions about how there could be costs to make up this funding issue quickly. So those are real things, and I think what I don't understand is this perception, and I was interviewed tonight for some news channel, and that was a question about what is the town going to cancel, and that is a misperception. The town is not canceling anything. KBA runs Prelude. The town supports Prelude. We just are trying to get past this part of what we have for ordinance, and we also are trying to address the mass gatherings and the strains on resources, specifically our public safety resources. That's it.
And one other point, there seems to be, at least is in my mind, when I hear people speak about a community event, the ordinance is pretty clear in talking about gatherings, a commercial gathering and a non-commercial gathering. It's moot, and I believe, and I may have misread it, on the word community. A community event can be a commercial gathering. A community event can be a non-commercial gathering. So it is, somehow these have been brought together in terms of being one and the same. A non-commercial event has to be community, and community can't be a commercial event. And that's just not the case.
Yeah,
And- go ahead.
also, an ordinance in Maine under, the local rule is a law. And we have not taken this position lightly, the select board or the town staff, that we just looked at this after it percolated here and said, wow, look, there's this law and this meets our convenience. And I resent that implication that, and I don't usually get this emotional with things, but I took enough of this on social media here for the past couple of weeks. I don't have any kind of ulterior motive here. I'm here, I've had a life of public service. I put on the uniform in 1977, and I took it off in 2007. So I'm not here for an ulterior motive, and I can assure you, nobody up here has an ulterior motive. And if I did have an ulterior motive, it wouldn't be about Christmas time or Prelude. So just, you know, I got that off of my chest, and I vented, so thanks for that.
Yeah,
But it's a law. We have consulted with outside counsel. We have done research on this. The decision that we have to comply with this law was not made by the Select Board. It was made by our town council. And I, for one, took a lot of oaths, including the oath I took in June when I was elected to this board, to comply with the laws of the town of Kennebunkport and the state of Maine and the Constitution of Maine and the Constitution of the United States. So no, we can't just go through an ordinance and highlight things we don't like and say we're going to interpret it some way so that we're in violation of it. That's just so not accurate that I couldn't let that one go by.
And I would just once again state that the town of Kennebunkport supports Prelude. The town of Kennebunkport does not run Prelude. The town of Kennebunkport cannot cancel Prelude. So the people who run Prelude are the KBA, and the KBA can choose to cancel it if the KBA wanted to. But the town of Kennebunkport is not canceling Prelude, and that message needs to get, because I've heard more people say that to me. Why are you canceling Prelude? We are not canceling Prelude. The only people who are going to cancel Prelude is the businesses if they decide not to do it. So we're just trying to be, follow what the town ordinance says, and to some point it has come to light that maybe it needs to be looked at, and we are willing to do that. But we are not canceling Prelude. So it needs to stop. And anyone who's got it in their head needs to get it out of their head. The town of Kennebunkport and the selectmen of Kennebunkport are not canceling Prelude. We're not canceling the first weekend. We're not canceling the second weekend. That needs to be understood. And one more person who says that really needs to think about what they're saying.
We had some other hands. Yes, Kate.
Hi, I'm Kate Bauer-Burke, and I live in Kennebunkport. Is this on?
Yes, I think.
Thanks.
You got to get it closer
You might
to
get
you, though.
Closer to, okay, well, it has to go up a little higher then, sorry. All right, I really appreciate all the work you've done on this and all the flack you've taken for it. I really apologize for that, although I wasn't any part of it. But I do want to, I think this is a good start, and I understand wanting to get input from the voters of this town about, on the ordinance that's now there, what you have to comply with. My concern with the way it's set out there is that I think it's really a two-question item. Either do you like, essentially says the ordinance as it's currently written, that the town will not absorb any costs. It will be paid in full by the event organizers. And then rather than B and C, the second question to me is, do you want to see the town pay some or all of the costs associated with an event? Rather than a menu of, well, I want to pay some, I want to pay not a lot of others. Because that's kind of what we're looking for. Now, there's another thing in my mind that is probably, I know you're going to say the cart before the horse. I know the first thing you want to do is get that sort of A or B. Do you want to stick with the current ordinance, which has been around for a long time, and yes, maybe it is time to get a basic sense of what people feel about it now? Or do you not want to? Do you want to pay some or all of event costs? But the question, and this is a little bit of my lawyer hat going, and legislative drafting, of exactly how you're going to go do that. Because to me, the simplest way would be that you would change that one provision by say that either that it's not a shall, or that the town can in fact pay costs associated with commercial events. Now, if that's the way we're going to go, that opens up a whole Pandora's box. If I'm a voter out there, I want to know if that's the way it's going to be changed. That then says that any commercial event can come forward, that it can, if it can get a permit, any business or whatever can come forward with a commercial event and expect the town
to pay some or all of the costs of it. So this is just something I'm putting out there. I know it's an early on for something like that, but I also think it's pertinent to what the voters might think about the issue. So, thanks.
Thanks. Thank you. I was just gonna say, I think Kate, you kind of raised, it is maybe a little cart before the horse, but you kind of raised why we can't go to the June ballot with this, is those type of questions that need to be thought out. So the intention is to get a sentiment of the pulse of the voters of Kennebunkport, and I will say voters of Kennebunkport, and then that will be follow-up conversations as to, well, what did they say, and how does then it get drafted, so that we don't run into situations where we're, so we hear you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes.
Susan Graham. I know you're sick of hearing from me and seeing me.
It's okay, Tom, please.
Welcome to the prelude.
Susan,
I
Susan.
do thank you all, everyone, the
Susan,
staff,
Susan, I'm sorry,
the
Susan.
board, everybody.
Susan
Susan Graham,
of
Kennebunkport.
Thank you,
Thank
just
you.
everyone has been doing it, so thank
Sorry.
you.
Born here. When, and April may have an opinion because you were the town clerk, but when you give the voters 3 choices, I believe you're diluting the results of the vote. And what that means, hypothetically, if 2,000 people vote, you could have 600 go for B, you could have 600 go for C, and 700 go for A. Now, that is a mixed message. It tells you, maybe it isn't. Maybe you think if somebody's willing to spend $1,750 and somebody else is willing to spend $35,000, then that means more people are willing to spend the money. But would you consider just putting an up or down vote on the ballot? There will be so much publicity and information about this. Also, if you put a number in there, are you tying yourselves to that number for another year?
2026, that's only for
Just for
2026.
This is only for
Okay.
2026.
So anyway, that's my question to you.
Thank you.
About splitting the vote.
Thank you. Tina, I
Tina?
saw your hands.
And then if Amy wants to come back.
I'm sure there's people on Zoom land that have a couple
If
comments
it's
they might
new
want to say.
stuff.
Yes,
Go.
just to address the differential between when people are saying commercial, non-commercial,
Yeah.
community event, et cetera, I think what it's in regards to is the rate of pay versus, meaning the town events, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Goose Rocks Beach, and then the 4 events that Prelude has been part of road closure. So I think when we're talking about, is it a community event, I think we're talking about whether the rate of pay is going to be at the regular rate or the detail, just as point of clarification.
Yes, and I think that could be worth a conversation later, because I think
Yes.
most people just have glazed over, right?
yeah,
They don't know the
yes,
difference
gotcha.
between regular pay, overtime pay, detail pay, right? So I think that is a fair conversation that could be had after, so that could be explained to people as to what we're
Sure.
really talking about.
But real quickly to the point, I also think that we have a great educational, to your point, people don't know what we're talking about, so this is a great educational opportunity for all of us.
And we will have more. Yes.
I know,
And
thank you.
Tina, you don't have to answer now, because this could be a later conversation, but I think we also heard that there might be some reasons why, for your financial funding, I'm not sure if you get grants or what, that depended on it being a community event. So I think not to talk tonight about that, but that would be extremely helpful for the board to understand where do you get your funding sources from, what's required from those, do you need a match from a town? Because those are things that we're not aware of, but we're hearing through the grapevines that exists, and it would be very helpful
And
for
that would be
us.
helpful.
Yeah, no, I'd
Not
love to-
tonight,
I-
but
I was- I'd
it'd
love
be
to clear
great.
that up.
I think that
because-
is
yeah.
an educational thing.
That's
Absolutely.
a down the road thing to do, for sure.
I'd love to clear that up.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you, Tina. Other thoughts? We are getting close,
You do have
folks.
other people online.
Are
And
there
we do
other
have
people
other
online?
people online.
John, you can speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Hi, sorry I can't be there in person. Hey guys, this is John Martin. I'm not only a taxpayer, but I'm also a voter and a landowner, and I'm also speaking on behalf of the company Colony Hotel. I'm only going to speak quickly about the three choices. I think my question, I'd like to ask for clarification as to how the levels were set. I agree with A, because that is how it's written. But I was kind of wondering if we didn't leave something off the table by saying B could be, we would fund it up to our president of historical funding, and C could be up to all the municipal costs, and then we would have an idea of where people landed, and you guys can address that. And thank you very much for all the hard work you're doing.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Thanks. Are we addressing it?
No.
No,
Well,
okay.
Well, no, he said you can address it, but.
Me?
No, we can address it while we're thinking of the ballot,
Oh.
right?
Oh, all
Yeah,
right.
not tonight.
All right, okay, yes, all right, sorry.
So why don't we take all the questions?
Yep.
And let's see, online still, how many do we have?
We have two more.
Let's take one at least.
Jack, you can speak. We're not hearing you, Jack.
We have one more now, John.
Hey, can you hear me?
We got you, Jack.
Hey, Jack Stanford, Kennebunkport. Thanks for all the work you're doing on the behalf of the town. I just wanted to clarify a little bit that, and I'm from Kennebunkport. So while the town isn't canceling, it's certainly canceling Prelude. It's certainly putting additional burden to the KBA. And when I think of Prelude, been going for many years. It's not a single event like a circus, though I guess some may disagree. But it's a collection of events. Is there a reason the town couldn't be the applicant, just as you're stating, being for the 4th of July, for some of the events of Prelude to effectively provide support for 2026 has been done in the past? It seems like that wouldn't violate the statute, just as you wouldn't be violating the statute for the 4th of July. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for that comment.
Rob.
Something new, yes,
Rob,
Rob?
is
Well,
there something new?
Wait, we still have.
I
we
have
have
three
still
on
one.
Zoom.
Wait,
Sorry.
Rob,
I
we have
have
to
been
go.
overridden.
We got to get the ones that haven't spoken yet.
Go ahead.
Jennifer, you can speak. You have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi there. My name is Jennifer Fracassa. I'm a resident and taxpayer of Kennebunkport. And I love the movement. I love just the progress this is making. So thank you for all your hard work on it. I just wanted to jump on the topic of education that Tina brought up. I think the right move is to have the taxpayers weigh in on the expense of Kennebunkport. I'm sorry, the expense of Prelude. But I also think they should be educated about what the return on investment is, because the money that's generated goes into so many things that they might not be aware of. So how can we educate them so that they understand what they're voting actually for?
Sure.
I would hope, I believe KBA is going to take that on with bells on, I think,
And we
so.
will, and I think, we're happy to have maybe another one like we had on February 11th for the bus situation. We're just not a open session to talk about that as an educational session. So. we
Right.
can- Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you for that thought. And we have one more?
Cynthia, you can speak.
Hi, Cynthia. I live in Kennebunk. My question is really one of context. Where do the figures on the proposed poll come from? Does that represent, what percent does that represent of the total cost to the town, either historically or proposed going forward? Thank you.
Yeah, so the 35,000 number represents what Prelude would pay at the contractual rate for both weekends for the tree lightings and the parades. and 17,500 is half of that, so one weekend, let's say. The board was looking to get some barometer of where the voters were, and that's how the numbers were placed.
Okay,
And we have Mia. Mia, you can speak.
Hi, everyone. Hi, this is Mia. Yes. So given that the local businesses and the KBA are funding and, hosting Prelude, how do you guys see Kennebunk's role or Kennebunkport's role in the community, of the event? How do you guys see your part in it now? If all the funding is not given or granted?
Do you want me to answer?
Well,
How I see it is that the town of Kennebunkport will continue to support the Prelude, let's say, police department,
not financially,
police
right?
department, fire department, chems, is available to them. The question is the town of Kennebunkport going to just absorb those costs, or however we want to define that, or is under the statute, that the KBA technically should hire the town's employees at a specific rate? We're not gonna get into the overtime, because that you'll glaze over. But, that's kind of where those numbers came from. So it's so we are still supporting the, Prelude. I'm sure they will still be using Kennebunkport Police, Fire, and Chems, and Public Works. The question is, are they being hired out as contractors by KBA, or is the town just providing them as a service? That's, I think, is a fair question. I mean, that's a fair answer.
Okay.
Just like the KBA has to pay other police departments because we don't have enough police departments. We don't have enough police officers, so we do have to go out and hire other towns. And we have to pay those towns at the rate that they charge anybody to hire them. So that's part of the educational process, probably, is to understand how that all works.
something new, Rob.
Yes.
Go ahead.
First of all, I think based on some of the questions, there might be a clarifying point. So understanding where 17.5 and 35 come from, but it's the question about the balance that will be paid by the event organizers that I think which is the second part of the question that I think is unclear for everyone, is how much does the town pay to municipal costs? How much does the KBA pay towards municipal costs?
So it says up to. I mean, if we didn't have an up to, or we didn't have a number, I'm just saying it could be 100,000, right? So it's an up to cost. If those costs go over, that is on the applicant.
That's
So
that's not the question I'm asking. I'm sorry, David. The question is, what is the total municipal cost? Has KBA participated in any of the municipal costs?
In the past?
Yes.
At the start of it, yes. And we don't know the date of when it transferred over.
Okay.
So we don't know that date.
Okay.
We don't know why it
So
transferred over.
this would fund all municipal costs? Or
Yeah.
up to that amount?
Up to that amount. The municipal
got it.
costs of the police, our police salaries, fire salaries, public works, and chems, and all that stuff. So
On the brochure that
Yeah.
someone handed me, this really nice brochure,
Yeah, where'd it
Kennebunkport
go?
Christmas present, it said that 31,094 cost of Prelude to Kennebunkport. So this is from, I think,
Okay.
From KBA.
Kennebunk.
Yeah, ours is more.
Well, where's ours?
Ours is right next to it. It's,
39, I'm sorry, 39,636 costs to Kennebunkport. So that's where we
Okay.
extrapolate a number. I have a question for you, though.
Yes.
Because you raise an interesting point. Do you think a binary question would be better?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think for all the reasons stated.
Right.
And you would word that pay none or pay all? I mean, how would you
I
binary
think,
question?
I don't know all the people in the room, but
Just curious.
someone talked about actually giving the board some discretion around willingness to pay versus willingness not to pay. So
I don't know we have that discretion to be able to choose an amount to pay.
well, this is a non-binding, you're looking for feedback, you're not looking for guidance, right? You're looking for guidance, not an exact. So I think may contribute up to X but I do think once you have three questions, several people have kind of said it very well.
So just to be clear, the first question is, do you want to contribute anything at all?
Correct.
And the second question would be, do you support contributing And then
Up
it's
to.
just a number,
Up
up to
to?
something, up to, or at all, or?
It could be all, it could be a percentage, it could be giving the select board
Board,
the
okay.
discretion based on community input.
But would you put a cap?
Would you put a number in?
See, I don't think you'll learn much on that. I want to find the level to which people, I mean, people might want to say, you know, I'll support one weekend because that's Christmas. And for a town, they say that's important to me, that's my community event, let me finish.
Sorry, John.
To have that one weekend. But if you're gonna have a second tree lighting, a second whole weekend, you know, I've done my one weekend, that's a commercial side. I'd like the commercial entity to pick up the cost for that one. Someone might say that, this gives them the opportunity to say, yeah, I'll do some, but I don't wanna do both. Others may say, I love it, I wanna do both, and others will say absolutely nothing. To me, this is the right way to ask it.
I understand that, and I appreciate where you're coming from. I think you're trying to get a lot of interpretation. In the world of survey taking, open-end questions are actually where you get real information. Closed-end, tick the box, you actually get a lot of confused answers.
But it's a ballot.
I understand, I understand, so I'm not, but
Yeah.
you just asked for, I'd like to be able to interpret where people's heads are on a few variables, and the 17.5 specifically says only associated with the first weekend.
Right.
But there are a lot of people I guarantee will miss that middle point, and that, I do want to raise something else, and I feel for you, because I do see you as public servants, and obviously, I've been to a lot of meetings. The way you've reacted indicates that you really took a lot of attack, and a lot of heat, because I've never seen some level of emotion that I've seen tonight, so I feel bad for that. I do want to remind people that at the February 26th meeting, while it was raised as a budgetary issue and stretching the police capabilities, members of this board did suggest maybe we should ratchet this back. Maybe we should only have one weekend. And members of this board brought this up, which could be, in a world of misinformation, interpreted as the board doesn't support Prelude. Every one of you tonight has been very clear we support Prelude, but if you look at the commentary and the discussion in February 26th, there was discussion about alternatives. So tonight you're saying KBA runs Prelude, but on February 26th, there were a lot of opinions that maybe we should cut Prelude back. So that's why some of the
Yeah, so
misinterpretation
can I-
has occurred,
Can I
in
address
fairness.
that? Yeah, so let me address that, because I think, you know, if everything, context matters, right?
Right.
And unfortunately, we're running a couple different issues through our heads when we're answering some questions or discussing. So the context around that was about, you know, again, it started from the resource discussion. And then, so cutting back on a weekend does not mean that KBA shouldn't do that second weekend, that there shouldn't be 2 weekends of Prelude. Cutting back on the second weekend means, can we dial back some of the mass? This is all about, if you really boil it down, let's boil it down to the simplest level. This is about mass gatherings. That, the mass gathering part requires us to close the streets. It requires PD there. It requires to take our gear, our fire trucks, our municipal trucks, and block the roads. And that's a cost. And then as the crowds have grown significantly, good for Prelude, good for the businesses. We're not arguing that. We're just saying, look that's pushing our envelope, which when you dial back again to 1986, when this became an ordinance, that was the exact, to David's point, that what we are going through now was the exact same when we read the minutes from 1986 of what that select board did then. So I think, so it's not about cutting Prelude, and that's why we were very clear.
But there was definitely discussion about cutting the second weekend.
It was in terms
It
of
was.
resources, not for mass gathering,
That's why there was
not-
misinterpretation.
Right.
I'm
And
just trying
I
to
don't
give you
want
perspective.
we got other things in the agenda, but I am going to kind of address that because it was brought up and you are accurate. That was I have never had an issue with the cost of Prelude to this town. That was not my thing. My concern, which is still not being addressed at all,
I know.
right?
Right.
Is our police force and our public works department. We have a limited number of police officers in this community, okay? Prelude requires them all to work. It's one thing if it's one weekend, if it's 2 weekends, all right? I'm more concerned about the well-being of our police officers and our public works men and women who work in fire department, who work for this town, who some of them are saying, this is becoming an issue for us. It's a morale issue. It is a employment issue. We are down 4 police officers, okay? We can't find, we're having a hard time finding police officers. So you may not even have a police department to actually hire if this keeps up, right? So that's my concern, is that, so that conversation was about the resources. And are there ways of dialing it back a little bit? Do you need a second tree lighting? I mean, most people, that could be a conversation of the educational thing. I'm
So,
just, that's what.
David, with all due respect, and I appreciate that, if that's the problem to be solved, then that's the problem that the community should try to come together. There are solutions to, our resources are stretched, are there alternatives with, you know, you look at events in Portland when they bring in outside resources. There are, if that's the problem that the select board wants to solve, then I think that is a very solvable problem with a variety of alternative ways. But this became much more than that, and there were a lot of personal opinions about, I used to love to go to Prelude, and I don't go anymore.
Okay,
So it did become
okay,
personal.
Rob,
in fairness.
Well,
we're out
the
of
town of
time. Thank you.
Kennebunkport is not canceling Prelude, okay?
Thank you, Rob.
Or cutting it back, or curtailing it in any way.
Is there anyone who has not spoken?
Hi, I'm Ashley Ottinger from Kennebunkport.
Just
I'm really small.
Okay.
I think I don't have anything new to add, but you had mentioned at the beginning of this meeting about how people didn't speak up when there were threats made online. And I don't condone violence at all, but I do want to speak up now. And I believe it was you, I'm small, so I couldn't see over the podium. But there was a start of a threat made, and you walked yourself back to tell people that if someone else says that the town is canceling Prelude, that something is going to happen. So I just want to say, what's good for the goose is also good for the gander.
Okay, so fine, I will apologize. I will apologize, and I'm just saying, it's not helpful to say the town is canceling Prelude, because it's not true. I didn't mean it as a threat, so I publicly apologize. I publicly apologized.
Thank you, thank you. And do we have anyone else that wants to comment? We need to move on, we have other things. But Kate, you're gonna do, it's gonna be quick. Do we have anything else online?
Hands keep going up and down.
Up and down. Kate Bauerberg, Kennebunkport still. Just, I guess, again, back to the way you're talking about presenting this and what you're trying to reach, and the B and C, and putting in a specific dollar amount. I mean, this says, okay, so this is for this year, but if you're trying to get a sense of what is the temper of the community, just saying, I mean, I can see saying, I'd prefer it to be an up or down. I would suggest, as an alternative, is that you say, willing to fund up to 50% of the costs, which in 2026 may be $17,500. Because it's open-ended is what it might be, and the voters need to know that in making their decision in future years. Same type of.
This is only for 2026.
I got your point, Kate, but
Okay,
yeah,
got it.
thank you so much. We are really running short.
One more over here too, Joe.
And then Shannon, and then we're done.
Mitch Matthews, Kennebunkport. So my question is, if you guys don't fund it and the KBA can't raise the funds, what happens then?
That's something for KBA to work on.
Because I think, like, no matter what, people are going to show up. So even if they say, oh, we can't do this event, we can't do this part of Prelude, it's happening. So.
But there's
Can we-
events, yeah, so that would be up to KBA to figure out further funding, you know, what events, what they can and cannot do.
Okay.
And there may be other ways of raising money privately to cover
Right.
the costs.
Right.
Those are questions conversations we would have with KBA.
Thank you so
Okay,
much,
thank
appreciate
you.
it. This is our last
Shannon Dan, Kennebunkport, just real quick. The people that you're going to ask this question to is the same voting population that voted no to a town hall, but yes, we want bird-safe windows, and yes, we want it to be efficient.
And voted to sell land for a town hall they didn't want.
So,
right?
like, this,
Are you
we
saying
all-
something about our voters?
I'm a voter. I'm not judging anyone, but that's the reality. We don't want a town hall, but if we did, I want bird-safe windows, and I want it to be green, and I want you to sell that land.
Okay.
Thank you,
It-
thank you.
yeah.
I got your point. Thank you so much. And I'm going to take one more from online, so pick the winner.
There are no more online.
Isn't that
Okay,
wonderful?
we're done. Thank
Thank you
you.
so
Thank
much
you
for
so
your
much.
comments, folks. This has been tremendously, tremendously helpful. And now I'm going to look to my boss to say, where do we go from here?
No, we have a few.
You have to sign the warrant tonight. So we have to prepare the warrant, which means I need to know what the ballot is.
Well, go. Yeah, we'll take a break. Can we?
You can't do it on the ninth.
So we have to publicly determine.
You have to publicly determine the language. You can do it tonight, or you could meet next week. But you gotta determine the language.
We gotta get the language determined tonight.
Okay, I like this language.
So I like this language too. Hey, where does Joe go?
Hi.
Joe,
Hey, Joe.
Joe, we need you.
Joe, is he on?
Make your mind, go one way or the other, but you're standing there talking.
I like this language.
You go ahead.
Okay, hurry up.
I like this language.
Okay.
We have to make, no, I want this.
No, we're done with comment.
Well, I just want,
Yeah.
there were people that spoke that didn't give their last names when they came online, and there were people that were timed and not timed. So I just think that would be a good thing going forward.
Thank you.
Please
We'll,
give their last names.
we'll be sure to do that. Thank you so much. And what we're discussing is, as we mentioned before, we are very close to the timing that we legally have to meet to get these things done. So what needs to occur tonight is your board needs to decide on the language so that it can be prepared for inclusion for a final vote at the next select meeting. And we can't do it that night, so we gotta do it before that night, which means we do it tonight. So that's where we are time-wise. When we are able, we will get a vote in place for this wording. We've had some good suggestions, we've had some good suggestions. And we will move on. We're gonna be talking about we'll have a presentation for the bus reservation system coming up next, which really is an amazingly excellent job. I just want to call out Hope and the staff that she's been working with in finding this and tailoring it. There's a lot of work that went in to tune it for this specific application. So we'll have a chance to see that shortly. That's good to set up, Hope. Why don't we have that? Very good idea.
Set up, stretch my legs.
Are we taking a little break?
Hey, Joe, Joe,
Are we taking a little
Joe,
break? Are we?
I don't know.
Joe.
Are we taking a break, John?
No, Joe's back. We gotta finish 9.
Do you want to take a break?
Well, after 9.
After 9.
After 9.
Let's just get 9 done, and then we can take a break before Hope.
Gotta get the baby to bed.
Is up on the board?
All right, so I'm going to ask the board, please, for their comments on the wording of the proposed ballot question regarding Prelude funding.
I like it like it is,
You
right?
gotta talk in the mic.
I like this just the way it is.
The way proposed.
Yes, the proposed ballot.
Anyone else got a comment before we vote?
I appreciate the comments. I think people need, we are up under a deadline to either be able to get this, so we have a public hearing. It's a public hearing that would happen next week, right? And the
No.
final vote is next week, or is it
No.
tonight?
Public hearing would be after. You have to authorize and
Oh,
sign the warrant
Okay,
next week.
so we have to authorize to sign the warrant. If we don't approve this right now,
Or
then
next
it's not on the
meeting, I
warrant.
should say.
So,
Joe, do you have any thoughts? No's an okay answer.
No,
Great, perfect.
I'm a pleaser, John.
That, I've noticed that.
So I think I just don't want to feel that the people that came and take their personal time to speak to the board, that we're not hearing them. Unfortunately, like David said, we are up against the wall right here with time, and we did spend a lot of time with legal counsel. So there's a lot of other things to think about when you're thinking about writing something for information. And I feel this with our legal counsel, that this is the way that we should go as written. But I do I do want to say that we did hear the residents that took their time and gave us their valuable input, and I wish we had another week or so to walk through this, but we are just at the end of the wall.
And I'm reminded that we mustn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So I think this has, again, been approved by council, so this is where I would want to stand. So I will ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion
Go ahead, Joe.
to adopt it as written and presented.
Thank you. A
Second.
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
So moving on.
Can we take a break?
We can. Five,
No, you can't take a break.
Yes, we can,
You
Joe.
can't take a break.
we have a
we have to have
5-minute
a-
break. We'll be back.
And I just want to make, we will have some educational things, I think. I think it's important to continue this conversation.
Okay.
Good ad, Dave.
Sorry, I got one more question.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming back to order, please. Thank you. So we're moving on to item 12, which is a presentation of the motor coach bus reservation system. And Hope is with us to give us a presentation.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Hope Maury-Wall. I'm the Communications and Events Specialist for the town. So I'm here tonight to demonstrate the potential reservation platform for buses and motor coaches. So this platform has been great because it has a number of customizable features, as well as capabilities that were requested or suggested by the board and by some companies we spoke to. So some of these include time limits, so we can limit with this system how far out reservations can be made, and also on both ends. So, you know, they could only be made however many days in advance and only however long in advance. So, sorry, that was confusing. So like no more than 30 days out, let's say, hypothetically.
We're pretty confused already.
Do I hear you?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, everyone take a moment, refresh.
Yeah.
So right now it's set to, you can book no more than 3 days ahead, and a limit of 30 days out. That can be easily changed if need be, but that's what it is for this example. Another thing that this system offers is user accounts. So when someone goes in to make a reservation, they're not having to re-enter in all of their information. It has all your contact information, your company name, your name, and we've heard some other feedback of other things that we can add in there. So those should streamline the process a little bit. This system also allows us to collect fees. Right now, for testing purposes, it's not going to show up, but it does have that capability, and it is set up with our Stripe account, which takes credit card payments. This also tracks a lot of data. It tracks who's coming to the site, how much time they're spending on there, and then all of the data that is included in the general booking. And we've included some intake questions to gather some more data to help us make decisions in the future. And also custom fields on the intake form. So like I mentioned, we were able to include some things on there. We've also heard some other feedback, so we might be refining and adding a few more things just to help companies better identify their own reservations as they're looking through a long list of, you know, if they're making quite a few of them, then it can help them better identify the pickup and drop off for those things. So those are some of the benefits. I'm just going to take you through a quick run through of what it looks like. We're signed into my fake company's profile. So this is the home page. It has some general information. As you can see, this part here has a number of things that are going to be filled in, but just to kind of give an idea of what language we could use. And then if you're ready to book, you can just go to Book Now. And it'll ask if you are going to be booking a drop-off and pickup, or pickup, excuse me. So let's say we want to do a drop-off. And I've already made some test ones for Friday, so we're going to go in there so you can see ones that are taken. So this is showing 3 spots.
3 locations.
Excuse me. Yes, 3 locations. Yes, very good clarification. 3 locations, because there are multiple spots in some of those locations. So this is showing the 2 spots at Cross Street. This is not the exact measured out location. This is a general idea of where those spots are. A spot on Western Avenue in Kennebunk. Yep, sorry, let me bring that back up. So this is, here's the Grand Hotel right here. And then this is the...
It's the chamber spot.
It's in front of the
The
Chamber of
Chamber
Commerce
spot.
spot.
Thank you.
Chamber spots, yeah.
Across from K-Port Provision. K-Port Provision.
And these are all just test things. I'm not in charge of where the spots are. That is another discussion. And then 2 on Port Road and Kennebunk. So kind of Cooper's Corner,
Pedro.
Pedro's.
Across from Pedro's.
Yeah,
Well, it's more Shea Rosa.
yeah.
It's more Shea Rosa.
You're right, a little further out.
Thank you, but we're just showing people. okay?
Going out. So I guess that's going north, west?
It's on the north side.
So,
sort of.
so let's not get too hung up.
Whatever directions they are.
Right.
It's going that way. So those are just examples of spots. It's just showing you how this can work. So the different locations are set up, so we'll only allow a certain number of bookings per slot, either pick up or drop off. It doesn't matter, it will block it. And if it's in your cart, it will block it off, so you won't have kind of clashes from there. But we just set it up with the 3 locations here so that if someone's looking to make a reservation, they don't have to check one location and see if there are spots available, and then if not, go back and check another. It should make it fairly easy to see what's available. So let's say we're gonna drop off at 9 a.m. Western Ave. So the questions that we have in right now are just the number of visitors. So I'm gonna pretend it's 35. We put in a prompt just to remind people that they also need to reserve a pickup time. How long is this group planning to stay? And this is just a kind of data collection point. So let's say we're gonna stay for 1 to 2 hours. And then the tour or group name, and there were some other, this is something that was suggested by one of the companies, and they also suggested some other things that might help them identify, so we can add in additional identifying information. And this one is not required, so it would just be for their own purposes. But we can add in easily other fields there if we need to. Okay, and then you can go and add another service. So we can do a pickup. And let's say we're gonna pick up at 12, sorry. Ooh. And you can, again, put in that name so that way you can identify what's just the drop off and pick up. And you can see what's in your cart. You can look at the intake form fields of what you've already filled out. And you can keep adding as many as you'd like. So we can just keep going and going.
So if it's not grayed out, there's always a spot available
Mhm.
for that
Yep.
spot? Is that the idea? You
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, so we're just gonna pretend that I have everything booked, and you can confirm booking. And then it's going to send you an email with everything you booked. So you won't get individual emails for each reservation, because that could be quite a few. You'll get one with all of them that you made at that time. You can also go into your account and see your bookings. You can see ones that are coming up, as well as all of the ones that you've made, canceled or otherwise. One thing is this does not allow users to download like an Excel sheet or a CSV sheet of all of their bookings, but that is something on the back end that we can do and can easily provide at request.
Within our own department, within us, or within the software?
Within the software, it's very easily downloadable.
Okay.
You can do reports and you can filter them by the user profile, the date, time, anything, the location.
How about if a bus company has to cancel one? How does that work?
So they have, right now, we have it set up so that users can reschedule, if you actually can see it right here, reschedule or cancel booking.
Oh, cancel. There you go.
We can, I believe, alter the amount of time out that you could cancel or reschedule, so, but that would be a
board decision.
A board decision, not a me decision, yeah. Is there any other questions?
Do we have a way to show what the organizer, what our controlling
Yeah.
agent has on the?
Yeah.
A way to show what?
So like if, let's say it's an officer who's down there.
Our.
So it also has an app on the, that you can put on your phone or iPad. So let's look at my test ones. So we've color-coded it for Kennebunk and Kennebunkport. But you can look, the way it's set up right here is by location. And you can see who's there. You can, if you hover over it, you can see my bum email and all the information. You can, on the app, you can pull it up, you can contact them. You can also look at just a list of the clients. So everyone who has a user account, if someone's there and they don't have it in there, you can still get their information. You can also put in notes. So we can put in, if someone shows up unexpectedly, if the way they wanted to handle that was just to put a note in at the date and time, they could certainly do that. And then you can generate a report of all those notes.
You mentioned, you said that we can still do some tweaks to this. Is that based on Chris's email?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that,
Yeah.
so it was, okay. I know she sent an
Chris-
email this afternoon.
Yeah, there
With
were
everything
some
else
things in
going
there
on, we
that
didn't get to.
we can definitely implement.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Where do they pay?
So at the, when you hit the checkout, when you go to, before this page where it had the kind of list of everything, it would take you then to a secure checkout screen. But right now for testing, we've set it up with a 0 fee.
Thank you. Are there
Any comments,
questions?
questions, concerns? Oh,
Yes.
come on up.
I first want to say this is an awesome, it's way better
Cleaner.
and cleaner than I would have ever expected in this short amount of time, so great, great job. Not perfect, but
Yep.
Yeah,
it'll be
thank you,
perfect after this year.
Yep.
Hi,
Hi.
folks. Thank you. My name's Bert Hartford. I'm from Port Fire Events. We do corporate event planning. We're out of York, Maine.
Okay.
And so we're not a bus company, but we hire the bus companies. So I'll probably be the one going on and doing the reservation and so forth. We already have clients booked, being a corporate event planning, booked, contracted, and paid from here all the way into August, coming here. My question is, if someone goes in to do a reservation and I can't get to it in time, what do I do with these folks?
So,
Is there any way of a little bit of leniency or like a grace
what do
period?
you mean by leniency?
Well, I can't turn everyone away, and I don't want to bring a bus in here illegally. We want to comply all the way through. But I've got contracts, legal contracts, and I need to bring them in. If someone's already taken the times, then I need to have to drop off.
I would just ask, so you have clients, it sounds like you have some you have some buses that are gonna come to Kennebunkport.
Yes.
And you kinda know the dates.
We know.
You know the dates.
Yep.
You
And
might
times.
not know, and you know the times.
Pretty much.
So, you could, I don't wanna say, once it goes live, assuming it's adopted and it goes live, you would have the ability to go in and kind of pull it out.
I'm just
I
saying-
got it, like, what happens
What
if,
happens
what
if
happens
they've
if
already- I've
Chris
been on
gets
the phone
gets
with-
to you first? Well, that could
I've
be,
been on the phone with Hope and stuff for 2 or 3 weeks on the deputy chief, trying to figure out, first we thought we were gonna get permits, and there was all kinds of conversations, so we've been kinda holding back and just waiting for a chance to come down and talk. So we just wanna comply and know what to do, but what do I do with the contracts I've got? I can't go back and tell them we can't come.
So can we talk about the overflows?
Well, there's four slots. There are 4 places.
That you can
and
make
have all
reservations
the
for.
different times
Okay.
in the, in the day for
Yep.
those 4 locations.
There's 5.
There's
Five.
five
Sorry,
slots,
there are 5 locations.
5 locations for buses,
Huh?
five,
No.
5 slots.
Did-
3 locations, 5
5
slots.
slots.
Okay,
Gotta get our jargon right
no
here.
problem.
There's also there's a
Overflow.
overflow, there's a commercial vendor in Kennebunk
Okay.
that also is available. This is the kind of thing we need to see how
So-
it's going to work out.
Yeah, so on the front
It ain't
page.
perfect on starting.
No,
This
that's
is the
what
way
that's
around.
what I'm saying.
On
What is the
the
grace
front
period?
page, when Hope showed you that, so the way I would envision this working is, like we said, we've got the five slots for reservations. And then on the front page, when Hope was showing that, there's a gentleman's name, business owner, that is opening up slots that you can contact him. He won't be part of the reservation system, but he has a significant number of slots that he can take, you know,
Oh, all
right,
right.
right in Lower Village where you could actually park there.
Okay.
So that also is an option. So I think one of the good things that happened with this is because we did, you know, specifically for somebody like you that has a time and grouping that has to get to a place. Now we have reservation systems where you know you can get there.
Yep.
And then we also, because Lori and David and the rest of the other team have gone out and talked with Kennebunk, we now have a much better conversation with Kennebunk. And then this business owner on Kennebunk's side, a little village stepped up, which is huge.
Okay, great.
And I think that's, you know, so
And
that
I
is
can
a lot of the
contact
good
them
stuff.
directly.
His name is right on the front with his phone number, so.
And the only other question I have is the 6 o'clock end time. A lot of times when we get done with a group, they're coming back from a cruise, they go shopping, then they go to eat. We're not done dinner till 7:30, 8 o'clock sometimes, by the time we pick up our folks and bring them back. It looks like we're gonna have to stop bringing folks in we used to bring in like 27-pack bus for 20 people to come to dinner. And we'd get here around 7 o'clock, they'd eat, be out by 9. So it looks like that's gonna be on the no, because we can't bring coaches in after 6, right?
Well, the current ordinance said you couldn't bring them in after 7 anyways. So
Okay.
the currently, it was 7, right?
Yeah.
Yes, currently it was 7,
Yeah.
so technically it was 7. I mean, part of the 6, there's reasons for the 6. Part of it was as the season progresses, you know, now, you've got a different situation, but, you know, we know that a lot of the cruise ships leave port at
Yeah.
certain times, so the buses have to be back. You're starting to get dark at around 5 o'clock in October,
Right.
you know, so we didn't anticipate many people coming to drop people off in the dark, since a lot of businesses are closed by then. But, I mean, you raise something that we can think about. I don't
Okay.
have any answer. 6 o'clock is where it is now.
Yeah,
Okay.
our intent isn't to limit the
Right.
amount of buses, it's to actually facilitate the system so you can get more bus throughput more efficiently, there's more spots than there were under the
Oh,
old
definitely,
system.
yeah, I
So,
can see that.
and I, again, this is part of the iterative learning as you go through with these things, that, you know, hey, who's gonna come here in the dark and unload? So I think we need to take a look at that, but I don't think the intent, and I don't think it's gonna practically end up with anybody turning any buses away.
But there's a financial
Well,
reality
yeah,
that
there's a fine.
we need to pay someone to be there, down there to
No, I
manage
get
this.
that.
So there's a financial reality to how many folks, how long can people work, so
Yeah.
it's a cost balance
Yeah.
thing to the town, we're gonna have to make it work.
Totally get it. And if there is a limit put in, I get it, I understand. We need to know
Yeah.
upfront, because we're booking now jobs for 2027.
But I think that's where, like, because, and so that's where I don't want to speak for a business owner, but that's where that conversation might help you. You know, because then you can actually park there. And then your people would be able to go back and forth, you know, if it's
Of a walk,
longer.
is it?
What's that?
Oh, it's not
Well,
bad.
but-
It's
No,
right-
no, it's
in Lower
right, it's
Village.
right in Lower Village, right
Yeah.
over the
Okay,
bridge,
all right.
right.
All right, I just wanted to bring up a couple
You know,
points. I
and-
wasn't sure. I love this, the reservation.
This is
I
gonna
think-
help
I think-
congestion too in the streets.
And I think look, it's not gonna be perfect this year. We're willing to work with you, as we've said with the other bus companies who have been very helpful with us. We will continue the conversation. I mean, as this is rolling out,
Okay.
we're gonna continue the conversations, and it's something that, you know, we kind of, I think, we have April, May, June, that buses come, but, you know, we're kind of gonna use that as a testing period too. So that hopefully by the time the big crunch comes, some other kinks may have been worked out, or it may
May not.
Do you have-
not.
do
And,
you-
it can't be any worse than it was in some.
No, I
mean,
agree.
Do you
I hear
have certain, for these specifically later hour ones, is it a specific month, or is it just spread out
No,
over the whole season?
it's usually, and it's only once or twice a year, and it's usually in, I would say, June, July, maybe August.
So it's
And we'd
later
have
out.
1 or 2 buses. I've never brought in more than 4 or 5 buses. I don't mean at once, I mean through the season.
Yeah.
As far as late,
Yeah, I would say stay in touch. and we
but
can talk.
during the day, I'd say about.
So I think something like that, you know, at that level, I think if contacting the town,
Admiral
we should
Jax
be
will
able
take
to,
it.
we should be able
Ryan's will
to
take it.
accommodate that.
All right, so
Yeah.
who would I contact or something like that? Would it be
I-
the deputy?
For right now, I would say Hope, right?
Hope?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been talking, great,
Yeah.
thank you, you've been great. So, All right,
Yeah.
thank you so
Great,
much. I
thank you.
appreciate the
Yeah.
time.
Thank
Good
you.
And
luck
again,
with
stay in
everything.
touch, stay in touch with us, and we want to hear feedback from you too, because we want to make this work for everybody.
Well,
Right.
I'll do input if you want.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be on that list for people.
Okay.
Or that and the owner of our company, please.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you so
Thank you.
much, yeah. And, yes. No, you,
Amy Johnson, Kennebunkport. For the late daylight savings, the fall is November 1st,
Yeah.
just so we know
Is
that.
that, okay?
Also, this is amazing. This is great. One suggestion that someone in the audience had that I'm sharing for them is there a way to link the drop-off and force you right to the pickup?
don't we wish? And that's something we definitely wanted, and there is not currently in this system ability to do that. Yeah.
This is
we-
the best system they
we
can find.
Totally agree.
Yeah, I was
But-
hoping it was gonna be like you make an airline ticket, round
No, you
trip,
bet.
single.
Yeah.
No, you bet. No,
And I think what we're trying to point out is, you know, as we continue to learn and get input, Hope and the team have already gotten some input. And as Hope said, you know, they're going to make changes. So those are things that we hope to aspire to at some point if something's available or, you know, something
Or
can
look
be-
to a custom
Or look
design.
to a custom.
We're gonna work it.
The other thing is the shutting off at 6 PM of the slots. Are we working against, by limiting that time, say not up to 6:30, not 6:45 or, you know, whenever the ordinance ends, is it a disservice to the businesses who want those people in their restaurant seats? And I think we have to think of the town there, but also let's maximize the amount of usage we can get them into restaurants and serve our, you know, our business community.
No, I think, Amy, I think it's we
It's
had done-
evolving, I get that.
And we had done 6 because part of it, as John was saying, you know, the employee, like, do you have to tie 2 and one's on overtime, you know? So I think we would be willing to, as this rolls out, to accommodate people if we need to.
Right, but I know we're talking about who's the coverage, but also we are a tourist community, and that really is what, we're a town, but we're also a tourist community, and these buses are bringing tourists, which feed our dollars. So we kind of need to maybe extend it not based on just a little,
Well, I
one more
think-
hour.
I think what you just heard the board speak is a gentleman came up here from a business and said, look I've got some, you know, 1 to 2, one time a month for a couple months, I have something, and you heard us go over to Hope and say, you know, we'll work with you. So I think part of this system is gonna allow us to get some data and then keep the dialogue going with specific businesses, buses, and then be able to solve the problem. So we're looking this first year as being
No, I got that. I
more
got that.
information gathering, and of course.
I'm just
we're-
giving a shout
Yep,
out to
yep.
let's really push to make sure we are extending when we can and get
And
the
I-
seats
I-
in there.
Yep, and I think
I got it.
David
Thank
had,
you.
yep.
Yep,
David
thanks.
said that.
Maybe it's better to extend it night.
Come on up.
Well, that's why we can see if the things that we can learn from, if nobody's looking around.
Oh, hi.
Lee White from Kennebunkport. I was here 2 weeks ago, and I'm pretty sure I remember that all this discussion said that we would not go into this system until 2027.
That was our thinking then. That is an absolutely true statement.
Okay, and the question was asked many times by several people, and you kept saying, nope, it's not going to be this year, it's going to be next year.
That was absolutely our intent at that
So-
point in time.
What makes it, when you tell us one thing, and then immediately completely change it 180 degrees?
Yep, it's frustrating. I
It's
share.
very
I
frustrating.
share your pain.
Very
I
frustrating.
felt it as well.
So why are we doing this?
We feel it is the right thing to do at this point in time. I have been convinced of that, to. be
Would you
able
like to
do
share with us what made you feel that way? Because there
So
were
there's-
people here
there's-
from the
yeah,
from
so
the
there's-
ships,
there's two-
and they were told absolutely,
two things
we
that
would not start the process until next year, and we would not start the $50 fee until next year.
Yeah, so there's 2 things that happened. One is the person sitting right next to you and another member employee, you know, came across a system that could answer the questions and satisfy the board members, the two board members that were actively working in this to get it to a system that was something that was something that we felt that you just saw that the companies could come in and handle and be successful with. And then in the same time, as you've heard, they've been working with a couple of the bus companies to make sure that that's true. We've gotten some feedback. They're keep making changes. So that was new news. The second thing was then when we started to say, one of the things that we have to do is do the enforcement part. And so the enforcement part causes us to hire somebody that actually can, what do we call it?
Manage.
No.
Right citation.
Right citations, thank you, Lori. And so that when we looked into the level, which we did not understand at the time, we got new information of the level of the cost of that. And so that put us back into looking at the reservation thing. And then the third thing is that when we were talking to our partner in Kennebunk on the other side of the river, they really weren't going to move off the goal or move forward until we had a reservation system. So we had done or not we, but members of this team along with Lori had gone through and scoured the town like we talked about, trying to find some other spots. This was not about limiting buses. This was about trying to find areas where people could get dropped off successfully, and then also work with our partner on the other side of the bridge to open up more spaces. And this whole thing just sort of bubbled up as, okay, here's the solution. So yes, we came out of the gate a week too early with that announcement. We've been working with the bus companies and stuff to bring them up to speed.
But to be fair with what Hope was talking about, you're not anywhere really set to do this. It's really just in a disarray. There are things in a program that may or may not work, and we know it's not going to be right. But we told you 2 weeks ago that we wouldn't do it at all. We'd take the time, because it was necessary, to figure this out, to do it right the first time. And now we're not doing that. I realize I can't change anything, pointing it out.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
thoughts.
You think it's not right?
I wasn't here.
No,
Yes,
do you
Greg.
think the system's not right?
I don't, go on.
Hi, my name is Greg Gordon. I'm from Cape Elizabeth. I work for a company called Destinations North America, and we're the group that brings a lot of the large motor coaches that come down here. A little bit surprised that this actually has gone in this direction based on what we've heard from the last little while. My question to you now is this, is that you're now going to be putting together ordinances that are going to change, and there are things in that ordinances that I have concerns about in being able to support the entities that are coming down here and supporting the businesses that are in Kennebunk and Kennebunkport as they visit. So one thing that I have questions about is the 6 o'clock end time in the summertime, and we have cruise ships that don't arrive into Portland until 12:30 in the afternoon, and they have to clear customs, so which means that those guests aren't coming down here till about the 6 o'clock time frame or 5:30. And the thing is that some of these cruise ship guests do come down here at nighttime and at that late hour because they allow us to do that, and then we visit those local restaurants during that time frame. And I think that we're short-sighted by only choosing that 6 o'clock stopping point for both Kennebunk and Kennebunkport, and that needs to be kind of looked at, I would hope, in the future a little bit. And if there is some leeway in that, I think that would be a good starting point.
I think we should look at that too.
I do, and I think that there's a whole part that needs to be looked at that. And as we start to make these changes, I know that we've had some conversation, I appreciate those, but now let's get down into the nitty-gritty of some of these things, like the reservation system, the starting and end time. And if it doesn't support a pickup and drop-off time, there can be confusion. They pick up at one location, drop off somewhere else,
No,
and that,
pick up
what's that?
I think don't they pick up and drop off at the same part?
They don't have to.
They don't have to, but
Okay.
that's going to create a huge confusion for those guests.
Right.
So if we can figure out a way to do that, then the other questions are, just from an operational standpoint, from data on your side, is what are we going to collect? Are we using QR codes for a reservation system? So when they get down there, the person that's checking them in can actually put that into a database, get that data, and then you guys have all that information, or is it manually keyed in? So there's a lot of questions. I know Chris worked on it earlier from the Main Tour Connection. I was traveling this afternoon, so I haven't had a chance to give my feedback on it, but I would hope that maybe before we adopt this one software system, that maybe we take all the information, maybe there's a way for a programmer to do really what the town really wants, or accomplish maybe in a different manner before we jump into this one software system that you guys are choosing. I could go on for a long time, but I will stop talking. But, you know, I want to be part of it, and I think that I've mentioned before is that we want to be a part of the fabric in Kennebunk and Kennebunkport and be a part of it as you grow, and we're willing to make those, to give you that support that you need, and the feedback I think that will be helpful for the future.
And if we have, 6 to 8 slots,
In the evening?
no, over at,
Oh.
over at the, business in Kennebunk.
Yeah.
So if it,
So there are opportunities to park in another parking lot in Kennebunk. There's also a challenge just with capacity during the summertime based on other things that are going on. So those aren't always available in the summertime for our operations.
okay. And then just some information,
Sure.
because this will be helpful. So what is the starting time that you think is really relevant for your business?
So for our operations, you know, we have to think about, you know, we take into account the cruise ship's arrival time, their departure time. So we have cruise ships that are coming in here at 7 o'clock in the morning and leaving Portland by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which means that our tours have to be back in Portland, start at 7:30 in the morning and be back by the equivalency of 12:30, because that's our window. Other times, the ship might come in at 6 o'clock and leave at 11 o'clock in the morning, and we have very, very strict challenges for that. So overall, we're probably bringing people in probably somewhere by about 8:15 to 8:30, and it goes all the way to about 7 o'clock or so as a general rule of thumb. But each day is different, each day is unique, and we pretty much are working on it. We didn't really get down this pathway of talking about the actual arrival and departure times. That was kind of what the town kind of came back. But it wasn't put into an ordinance, so we never really brought it up. We thought we had a year to kind of have this conversation.
our current ordinance is,
Our
wait.
current ordinance has times in it. And it
No,
all,
no, no,
remember,
no,
if
of
you
7
if you
o'clock,
remember
of
at
s-
the
of 7
op-
o'clock.
right, at the open session, right, some gentleman came in and said, oh, I come in at 8 o'clock at night, and I kind of said, do you really want to
No,
incriminate yourself? It's kind of.
I heard that part. What I'm saying is that we haven't had a conversation about that, the ordinance about the hours.
Please try to hold side conversations down.
From my
Thank you.
side. So all it's doing is just trying to make sure that we're just talking apples to apples. You can hear what we're saying on that side. We didn't really have that discussion, and we probably need to have that discussion so you can hear it. And then if the town decides that that doesn't work for them, then we'll make the modification on our side.
We can have the conversations. I think what you also have heard, the 9 to 6 is not a surprise. It's been in conversations for a long time.
Right.
You know, in that feedback session that we had with people, there was a conversation that and I know that this has been had for years by businesses with them. And I know it's not you who necessarily puts this all together. A lot of it's done by the cruise ships, okay? There is no need. Why are we bringing people into Kennebunkport at 8:30 in the morning when none of the businesses are open, right? I mean, or where are people being dropped? I mean, this has been a conversation that has been going on for a long time about the short stays that some of these folks have. Are they having an experience, or are they just being walked around? I'm willing to have these conversations, but unless you are asking, and the chamber is asking for us to sit there and say, skip it for this year and let's just go back to the way we had it. Is that what you're asking us to do?
No, I never asked that question. I never asked that question at all. All I asked, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, you and I have had conversations in the past, and you have been given some of this. You know that we were talking 9 and 6.
No, I know that.
So I don't understand why all of a sudden, when we're trying to put this together, it can't be 6, it's too early.
I didn't say that at all. I just said that we have buses that are coming back at other times. So if it was if you feel that I didn't communicate that, that's on
Greg,
me.
I'm not saying
all
that.
I'm just trying to share with you is that as you go through this situation with this software system, we start to now get into ordinances that are going to be implemented in 26. And those are things, and I know your current ordinance that you currently have is 9 to 7. I'm just saying is that I just wanted to have another conversation about it, but it seems like that's not going to happen, or.
So can I just ask a quick question?
can
Yeah,
talk.
so Greg, would, so again, like, and I apologize, it's, my brain lost the last gentleman that spoke up, his name.
He's.
Yeah, so anyways, I
he's-
apologize. But when, so is this a lot of, the late arrivals? Can you give us sort of an idea? Because like, if he's saying it's one or two, once a month or something, we asked him to reach out to Hope. Is this something that is a continuous thing, like every day for the month of July, or is it
So it's whenever the
sporadic,
cruise ships
or-
come in, so it depends. So I can give you that last schedule, but it does go into about the 7 o'clock time frame. It's kind of the end time when they'd be all heading back, or about 6:30. We just want to be able to have that leeway if we're going to be talking about other things. And so I give myself a little bit of extra space so that I know that I can
Right.
bring it back at all. And I guess there are parts, this is a large conversation, and we want to be part of it, but we also want to be, have enough time to kind of look at all these things, identify the best practices to move forward. And I think that we're doing that. All I'm just saying is I'm bringing up these smaller things now because there's no more, because you're trying to make final changes or adjustments to ordinances today
Yeah.
that are going to be binding, that will not be able to have any opportunity
And we're gonna have,
to make
an
changes.
opportunity to address that in the next session. We actually look at the language.
Right.
So let's bring that
Sure,
up again, and we can talk about that point. So let's
Okay.
let that, yes. Laura.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Greg.
Hi, Laura Dolce, Kennebunkport Arundel Chamber, Kennebunk resident. We look forward to learning more about the program and participating. I had an idea with the concerns about the evening, and I know that you guys have ordinance restrictions and concerns, but Kennebunk doesn't have the same ordinance restrictions or issues. Is it possible that the very late or the very early buses could choose the Kennebunk side? In the past, if we know a bus is coming really early, we've been able to work with a couple businesses to open early, and this way, they have places to go. But if we're greeting on the other side, I can have someone there at 7 at night. We can have someone there
So
at,
we could
you know.
extend the hours
So
for
I'm
the
saying if we
Kennebunk side.
talk to Kennebunk,
Yeah.
I think maybe that could be a solution for some
Yeah.
of these out-of-hour issues,
Yeah.
that we wouldn't have to turn people away.
And,
That's an
and
excellent
I'm just,
thought.
so the reservation system potentially by spot could actually, let's just say,
Sure.
Cross Street ends at 6, let's just say, but can,
99% sure that we can do that.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then Western Ave or whatever is 7.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And
If
that would have to,
Kennebunk is willing to support
do
that, yeah, you bet.
Yeah. yeah.
Does, are there currently shops over on the Kennebunk, like Mornings in Paris? Are those shops open?
They open at
They're-
7.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean,
Okay.
there are
Yeah, they're
places,
open
and in the
Saturday.
past,
And-
we've
and-
had.
And
bus-
K-Port
But
provisions?
it's the evening,
Right.
Pete, that's particularly interesting to me, so that restaurants can have folks
Right.
stay for
Yeah,
dinner. So
come for
that
dinner.
I think would be magnificent.
Yeah, and the Western Avenue spot is close to everything, so it's not really an issue.
Perfect.
But we have had shops that are willing to open early. If they know a bus
Yeah.
is coming, it's kind of nice to have
Sure.
50 people come in the store at once. You might open an hour early.
Especially if you're the only one open.
Yeah, so.
So, yeah, I think as you heard, I mean, if we know that people are coming in late, we can have conversations about that too.
Okay.
But I
And
like the concept, go ahead.
Yeah.
The other question I have is, we've communicated bus schedules for a long time. Will we be able to do that still with this current schedule, so we can share that with the businesses as well as residents?
I think internally, and Hope, tell me if I'm wrong, we can set up users with different levels of authority. And so our thought was we would just give you access so you could
To the
see the
back end.
information
Yeah.
whenever you want.
Okay,
And
great.
they could run reports.
Okay, great, thank you.
Good, thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
And we'll continue the conversations, Laura.
Are there any-
think we
so
should.
we will move on to the
We have 2
ordinance
hands
language.
raised on Zoom.
We have a question, please, go ahead.
Terry, you can speak.
Hello.
Hi, Terry.
Hi. My name is Terry Coakley. I own 173 Mercantile in Lower Village and the Lob Store in Kennebunkport. Just a thought on the bus situation. Is there like I know the chamber had like greeters for the buses, and I know in one of the meetings there was some discussion about that. is there like a way for maybe like business owners to like sign up to greet the buses if they come in early or if they come in late, to ease up on the payroll that your person is?
Sure.
Gonna have-
Yeah, that could certainly be possible, either through the town or through the chamber. Please reach out and let's see what we can do.
It's definitely a unique idea, and we should explore it some more, but
And
yes.
something that's needed, for sure. The chamber has done a marvelous job of that in the past.
Yeah, like I think that is like a big piece of, I mean, obviously it's a change, and I think that it's kind of a cool way to let people kind of welcome people into town and, you know, to greet them and kind of direct them a little bit. And like, when I know buses are coming in early or coming in later, I usually staff accordingly. So, I mean, I obviously can't speak for all businesses, but I think, you know, maybe I'll sidebar with like Laura or, you know, someone from your bus committee. We could kind of figure something out.
Please, we would welcome that.
Cool.
We don't officially have a bus committee.
Dave Bancroft is our bus committee.
So maybe we need a bus greeting committee.
Oh, demoted.
You know. All right, cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there other hands?
Steph, you can speak.
Hi, this is Stephanie Salvis, and I own Too Cool at 2 Ocean Avenue. I did just want to say,
Stephanie,
like,
where's your hometown, please?
oh, I'm sorry, and I'm from Biddeford.
Thank you.
And I did just want to say, like, I am a business that's on Cross Street, and I've always really appreciated and really utilized the chamber's schedule of buses for pickups and drop-offs. And I've always made sure to, especially at night, I've always made sure to stay there when they drop off on Cross Street. And I know there are some that they stay in town till about 7. So I would really hope you guys could consider, and same with what the Lob Store lady just said, if it had to be me greeting the buses, or at least for the pickup time, like that might be a good thing. But I do get a lot of business in that final hour of people wanting their last minute things. So I would hate to just take Kennebunkport side and Cross Street off the table for that 6 to 7, because I do a lot of business then. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
That's it.
Anybody else in?
Thank you, folks. Let's move on, because we'll stay with the topic, but we're moving actually to consider, this is a public hearing, to consider amending our ordinance, chapter 160-23, commercial operation of tour buses. So this is something that we have been discussing for quite a while.
We do have extra copies.
And we do have extra copies if anyone would like to have a copy of this. What this is doing is establishing that there are the main differences are 2 spots are being allocated on Cross Street. 1 spot is being designated on Ocean Avenue by the boathouse. That is going to be not on the reservation system per se. That is an overflow spot that allows us flexibility if a bus is running late, 2 buses come at once, a rogue comes, and we can accommodate situations like that. And that is the main intent of this ordinance.
So,
I will open, anyone have a comment before I open the public hearing?
the one thing that we had talked about was on this ordinance, well, obviously, E came up about reservations, 6 o'clock, so we can have a conversation about that. But F was the other reservation fees,
right,
that we had talked about.
Yes.
So,
go ahead.
So my question, my comment, and what I would like to see is, there has been a conversation about what happens if someone in good faith shows up and they don't have a reservation.
Yep.
And they're not intentionally breaking the system. and it currently reads, any commercial bus arriving without an existing reservation will be subject to a fee 4 times the normal rate, which would be, if it's $50, would be $200. In some conversations, we find that might be a little,
Draconian.
I didn't say the word, but yes,
That's what I
little,
said.
little
Harsh.
high or
Harsh.
harsh.
No, I would agree.
Little
I
harsh
would agree.
for, harsh for someone who really didn't know the system. So I would be willing to say that the reservation, I'm sorry, existing reservation may be
Yep.
subject to a fee. I propose, I propose 2 times the normal rate. But again, that would be the outer marker, and it may be out to the outer marker.
Yeah, I'd like the may so that we have discretion, obviously, when someone didn't know about it. However.
And
I'm
we
a
have
little-
room for them,
I'm a little concerned that a 2X is not enough of a deterrent for someone to come and do it again. And that really is gonna mess up our system. We have fixed slots, we have to honor those for the people that have gone through the process and made the reservations. I totally agree with the may, because it allows the flexibility, but I would still hope we would keep it at 4X.
I'm
But
just
I'd
gonna
like
say,
to
my
hear
position
Greg's.
is we don't necessarily, if someone really was unaware and they showed up, that we don't necessarily have to fine them at the same rate as if they did know and they kept breaking the system. So I think there should be a
Well, that's
little
why
bit.
the may is there. We wouldn't fine them. I contend that if someone shows up, honest mistake, we don't fine them. We try to find them a spot and we charge them $50.
Okay, so
Yeah.
how about if we listen to the public on that one?
Sure,
Okay.
that's what I say. Leave that up for Greg. Do you have a thought on that at all?
Anyone else have a thought?
Well, how about if you
Yeah.
go through any other changes and then?
All
open
right,
it up?
the other changes.
So I happen to agree with you.
I haven't opened the public hearing yet either. So I will open the public hearing.
Well,
So-
no, it's,
The only other thing on here, before we open it, is, do we want to talk about the 6 PM?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I think that 6 PM
getting
is too
grumpy.
short. I think it should be 7 PM.
I agree.
I-
I agree with that.
Should be 7 PM.
Okay.
And you still want to start at 9 in the morning?
I would want to, I think if we stay 9 to 7, we are staying within, we are not changing anything from the current ordinance, right?
It's the same.
Actually, the ordinance stays the same in terms of timing.
I think it's more the impact on the residents is the time, not employees. I mean, people are in a neighborhood there, and maybe there's some sites that we could have more leeway.
And that's the thought of being able to have Kennebunk, yeah.
Kennebunk
You know,
or
this
Ocean
may
Avenue.
have become a site-dependent, so that, we have
I think-
residents' concern in some areas
and then we're more commercial in the other
more
areas.
commercial in the others.
I think maybe that's the compromise. On the more commercial areas, we, to Laura's point,
7.
we make that the 7. And then Dwight's over there too, right? So that's also,
Right,
that's
the mix.
also, it could be a concentration.
flexible,
And he can be more, I don't know if you get, what his time is for,
You have to find out.
We
yeah.
say that we'll say it's site-specific, that it's
Yeah.
site-specific between the hours of
Of
8
8
or 9, and gosh, I'd want to go to 8 if we're going to be able
No.
to do this. Let's support the restaurant.
Well,
Why not go to 8?
I agree with 8.
Yeah, I have no problem with
I
that
think that's
either.
a great
If we're going to extend it.
Well, wait a minute, so I don't know, to Laura's point, we don't have to be so, if Kennebunk doesn't have an ordinance, and we can say, our ordinance doesn't have to say this, that the bus,
So
the
what
bus
I would
reservation
suggest is
system.
maybe you want to do in the residential neighborhood 9 to 6 on Cross Street.
Right.
And then say other sites could be open from 9
that-
to X.
I think that is fair because Cross Street, it
'Cause
does
we
have a
can't
residential,
regulate
has a
kindergarten.
residential component to it. And I think at some point, we need to honor the residents. So maybe it's 6 o'clock on Cross Street, and it could be 7 o'clock.
Why 7?
Well,
wait.
I like
Dwight,
6
you're
o'clock.
not.
You're
You're
not
watching
gonna
the
hear a lot-
sausage
you're
being
not gonna
made,
have a
folks.
lot
This
of
is
me,
the,
I don't think, but I mean,
you know, what might be important, people might understand this, we can't meet by state law any more than two of us at a time. So this is really, the only times we can get together and try to hash this out is either an executive session or in front of y'all. So here we go. Go ahead.
It makes for good TV, I think.
Well,
We
I
could have
mean,
our own
like,
reality.
how about if we open up to the public and get some public feedback, and then we can continue the conversation? No?
So we are asking, please, if folks would have some feedback to help us formulate this decision.
No.
I'm good
Put
with-
it to a non-binding.
I'm good with 8.
I'm good with 8.
Yes.
I'm good
Me
with
again,
8.
sorry.
I
do-
like the cross-street carve-out.
But do
Yeah.
we,
For
do you
6.
have to put in the ordinance the 8 o'clock if we can have that on the Kennebunk side? Again, like,
Yeah,
do you need, because I don't think you have to decide what Kennebunk does, that can be a conversation
No,
separately.
I think it's just the Ocean Avenue site they were dealing with
Okay.
over here. So
Yeah.
the thought was, right, Kennebunk has to decide on their side.
Yeah.
But we do have an Ocean Avenue site, so could we open
So that could
up
be later, I see what
That
you're
could be
saying,
later.
so.
Because it's not residential right
Right,
there.
yeah, and like Western is kind of the
Right.
same, so, okay.
So why don't we do, why don't we do 6 on Cross,
And 8 on,
8
8,
on Ocean.
8 on
8
Ocean.
on Ocean, and then Kennebunk, when Dwight and those guys get together.
Tell us what they want.
They'll, well, they have it open-ended, so they can tell us, and then the reservation system can reflect how long they can go on Kennebunk's side.
Exactly.
I'm okay with that.
I like that.
Okay.
Okay, so that's that. Any comments want to come on that piece? So again, just to reiterate, the ordinance will say 9 to 6 on Cross Street location and 9 to 8 on the Ocean Avenue location. That's on E.
I think that's a good thing.
Let's, if everyone's done with that, let's return to F, where we were talking about the reservation fee. We were having discussions about allowing some flexibility to waive the fee for a first-time offender who comes without a reservation, so we would change will to read may. And then there was some discussion about the level of the fee. And there's some debate on the board whether 2X is enough to be a deterrent, or if 4X is the right way to go. And I wonder if any of our bus people could get in the heads of drivers or companies and tell us if my concern is of any merit.
Hi,
Hi,
Chris
Lois.
Rackmeyer with the Main Tour Connection, and I live in Arundel. Hospitality is my jam. So for me, I think you need to keep that in mind. I think there's an education piece that's here that's going to take longer than you think. Yes, you can get the word out that there's a reservation system, but there's a lot of layers that go into that. It could be a tour operator. It could be somebody chartering a coach. It could be a group leader that doesn't know that that's what it's all about. So to me, giving them a warning, like more so, not so much a warning, but hey, here's what the new ordinance is. Needs to be in place. It'll take a little bit to get that word out. So to me, if the system can track who may not have done it, or who has not
Violated,
complied
yeah.
before, that would be helpful. You're gonna come into the situation where it's motor coaches. You're gonna have also the driver, who's actually going to be the one that's getting the warning. The coach company might be the one or the tour operator may be the one that's making the reservation, but that doesn't mean the driver's gonna know. Hopefully, they're educating them as well.
But if there
So to
is-
do 4 times, I think that's a little
But if there is
excessive.
a violation, so someone comes the first time, the driver with a tour company, the first time, there's a warning, and there is
Here's what it
$50.
is.
If they can't pay it, we'll probably have to bill it. I mean, we'll work out what that would happen. But
Right.
then they would be given a piece of paper that tells them what the rules are. So then a week
Correct.
later, they come again. So in your thinking, what should we do?
I don't think it should be 4 times. I think if you,
Could be 2 times.
what was that?
2 times?
2 times, I think is a
Would you
fair
go
amount.
for 3?
No.
Okay, so 2 times you think,
No.
all right, yeah, yeah.
I think it's a little excessive, especially when, you know, again, I know Lee mentioned it before, we were all thinking that this was going to be a test year and then turn into more concrete, because we are all planning
Touche.
18 to 24 months out,
Yeah.
and a lot of our programs are already set. We know exactly timing, when they're gonna be there. You will have that same situation with, you know, first come, first serve is gonna
Yep.
create some
Yep.
problems for sure.
All right.
I think 2 times is it.
That's
think
what
that's
I'm
what I
hearing.
think.
I think
Well,
2
did you,
times.
does Greg want to speak? Or,
Maybe we don't want to hear
I
it.
kinda like the
Great
7
job.
o'clock though too, keeping with the ordinance for the businesses on Cross Street.
Yep.
Where Stephanie made a comment earlier.
You'd rather 7 than 6, you're saying?
I do, yeah, because then you're allowing the businesses that are still open, getting those last minute purchases to be able to benefit from it
On Cross Street?
on Cross Street,
I-
which is what the current ordinance is right now.
yeah, there's a part of me that I think we have to also, I truly, I am supporting the business, but I think we also have to understand that part of that is a residential street too. So,
I think that, you know, we will have one on Ocean Avenue that will go to 8 o'clock. And then whatever Kennebunk will do,
Right.
I can't speak for Kennebunk.
Okay.
so that's my thought for right now. Thanks.
Thanks,
So
Chris.
you think 2 times?
2 times.
First time a warning, and then they could,
warning,
and
and
if we have the
here's what
spot,
you're-
we could charge them the $50, right, like everybody else, and the second time, you knew the rules, and there's $100, right? And then if you
Right.
keep doing it, then you're up to,
And that's a whole nother issue
Yeah.
for
All
the
right,
chief.
I'm good, I'm good. You
Okay.
good?
We talked John off the
Yeah.
ledge.
Okay.
Was there someone
Tracy,
else?
Tracy wants to
Well,
speak?
We got, a guy in the back too.
Hi, Tracy Ryan, Kennebunkport resident. I have just a quick question. So we're all talking about this 2-by charging the buses that are not, actually, first of all, I think as a courtesy to the bus people, the bus,
Drivers or?
yes,
Okay.
no, to the bus companies who
Okay.
have been in this town for years and years, I think a courtesy, if they don't already know about the reservation system, that they need to know.
Oh, you bet.
Oh,
And I truly think, you know, we're a great community here. I honestly think that we should say, hey, look, you've already, like this gentleman is worried about his business. He's
Yep,
gone
he's
now.
back
Oh,
there.
there you are. He's worried about what if main community bus comes, but I've already told my people that I can come at 9 and I'm paid for it. I think it's a courtesy, because it's a trial this year and it is in effect obviously this year. I think we should give them the courtesy and the time slots first. They're the business, they've been giving us the business for many years. Don't you agree?
How can we give, how would?
That's what I'm saying, you're gonna have to figure that out. Again, it's all a working thing, but you truly if they've already got the slots, they know, this gentleman already knows.
I know, so many of them know, and so.
But that's what I'm
you know,
saying, so again,
the
it's
gun
all a
goes
work
off.
in progress.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, actually, what we could do is before you put it live, give it to those coaches first. And say, okay, we're gonna keep it live for other new coaches if we want the new business, but the people that are here already. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And also, if the person, the guy that comes and he doesn't have the reservation, you're gonna charge him too, I agree with the $100. Put him on the overflow, because where
Oh,
is he going to do the
definitely-
pickup?
No, we're
Yeah.
not, we're.
You know what I mean? He can't, if he's gonna drop in Cross Street, then you can't come back to Cross Street to pick up.
We-
You gotta
we
make
will
sure
not-
he gets someplace
There needs to be a
else.
spot, or he'll just.
Exactly,
he'll
or he
just go
goes.
around.
Perfect.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
bet.
Okay.
That's it, excellent. Look at that. Great minds think alike, it's true. Yes, please.
I don't have the revision in front of me, but I borrowed hers. I think it's D32, the streets where it's,
Here,
the streets where we're not allowed, okay,
oh,
yeah.
D32, yes.
Commercial tour buses are prohibited from stopping, standing, parking, loading, or unloading on any street or way bounded by Elm, Main, North, Church, Temple, Spring, and Ocean. Diane Pagano, I live on Union Street. And the buses often will sit there and wait or pick up their people. If they can't get in on Cross Street, they park on our street sometimes, and then when their people come, they say, we're over here, we're over here. So I would like to add Union Street to that, and I didn't know if there's any plans to put up signs that
Well,
say no idling,
Yeah,
or
that-
whatever that is, because there are no such signs on our street right now to that effect.
That we could definitely, but this is actually creating a polygon when it does that. It's not just it's a bounding thing.
Oh.
Yeah,
So it's
but,
creating a zone.
but if you want, I
And
mean,
you're in that zone.
she's
We're
in
in
the
that
zone, but
zone.
if she wanted it to say, if the neighbors on Union Street wanted to say Union Street, I would not have a problem with it also including Union
Why
Street.
not?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's in it, we could say it, right? I'm just saying, John, if it's in it, we could say it if their Union Street residents are asking us to say it.
Including Union Street.
Yeah, just add Union Street.
Polygon, including Union Street.
Inclusive.
Inclusive.
And, you know, the
Okay.
no idling now is in the ordinance, it's in here, and we're gonna have somebody with teeth that's going to be enforcing that.
Enforcing it.
Okay.
So hopefully there'll be much less idling.
Much less, I do want to stress, it will be hopefully much less idling. People need to be aware that there are some reasons where a bus may have to continue operating for ADA compliance issues.
Yep.
So I mean, just because they've pulled up and they've opened the door and they shut it off, they may need to potentially run the engine to deal with lifts and all that. So
Yep.
the goal is to have them shut it off when they don't need to be there, but there may be some reasons where there
Right,
needs
unless
to be
there's
running.
a legitimate reason, exactly.
Okay, thank
Yep,
you.
Thank you. Okay,
Sorry. Kate Bauerberg, still living in Kennebunkport. I don't live anywhere near where the buses are doing this, so you could say I have no skin in this game. But I'm
Right.
curious about a question that was raised, something came to mind, the issue about the rogue bus or the unreserved bus that shows up. And we're gonna give them now a warning, right, on the first. Okay, so what happens if that bus shows up driven by Joe Smith? And then a couple of days later, that same bus or someone from the same company comes in driven by Willie Tenpay?
well, it's the company, it's
It's
not
the
the
company,
person.
that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
the company, yeah.
That raises a question with me. You guys do we write down the registrations on the plates?
I don't think it'll be the plate, but it will be
The
the company.
company.
The idea is that the company.
The company
yeah,
knows what
the
buses
company
is
is
in.
who we want.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, we do have police who know how to do all this.
Yes.
We don't have
Yes.
to micromanage it.
Yeah. Are there any other thoughts? And no is a perfectly good answer. All right, one more, go ahead.
Ashley Ottinger,
Hi.
Kennebunkport. Just in this conversation, the names on the website of the motor companies was not a required field. That was just for data purposes, not for keeping track.
No, I think that was, yeah.
She's correct about the
Yeah.
draft, but we plan to change that.
Yeah.
That
'Cause
will be a required
And
field.
I think
Yeah.
Chris has given some feedback of other fields that we may want to try and add to catch
Right.
kind of layers of the bus, right? So-
Because there's an organizer, there's the owner, and there's the,
But, to your point, we may be, I don't know, Hope's gone, because, to your point, it may be something we could talk about, like, is it a required field, like, you can't go further until you fill something in, yeah, maybe we could think about that, too.
Or when you go to log off, it sends you back.
Yeah,
and
like that,
says-
yeah, so, okay.
Yeah.
We have 2 hands raised on Zoom.
All righty, number one.
Janet, you can speak.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Janet Ballas, Kennebunkport. Just some thoughts for if you go to 8 o'clock. That Ocean Avenue isn't reservable. It's overflow, so I don't know how you would manage the time for that going to 8.
Good point.
And then my other thought in keeping and thinking with 8.
We could make it reservable from 6 to 8.
Ooh, that's a good one.
So but Lori thinks fast on her feet, much faster than, go ahead, please. Sorry, Janet.
And then just the second part of that, I think there were 2 things with keeping it. Is 6 o'clock the current time? That's
The current time is 7 o'clock.
7, okay. Thought there was some consideration with the end time, with the resource that needed to be available to manage it.
That's a fair statement.
That is the fair statement. I think that was the reasoning behind the 6 o'clock was, an 8-hour shift, right? And if you've stretched it beyond 8 hours. We've got someone, either you got to hire 2 people or you got somebody you're paying time and a
Okay.
half. So, I mean, that's
Okay.
why it went to 6 but, you know, there's also a possibility that
We can find some
we,
way
we
to
can
work it.
find somebody, or, you know, it may not be that, there may not be that many buses at that time that we need to.
I don't think
Yeah.
it will be. I just-
So,
Yeah, I think we just have to
I think we
learn-
could, you
yeah,
could
we've
use
gotta
it this
learn
year
some
as a
of this.
test.
Yep. But we're still 6 on Cross,
6 on Cross.
and then we're reservations 6 to 8 on Ocean, is where we're headed, right? Okay.
And it's staffed. Then my other thought just is the consideration to, right now, if it ends at 7, it's kind of nice not to hear the buses and smell them. The buses that are staying till 8, whether they're in Kennebunk or on the Ocean Avenue, they're still going to have to, probably a fair amount of them, exit through Spring, Elm, Union, that whole area. So you're adding a lot of noise for the residential areas, just because they got to get out.
I hear you, Janet, I hear you. I would have to watch some of that. I don't know how many buses are really here at 8.
Understood, just food for thought.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thank you
Janet.
very much.
Yep.
And that could be something, as we're watching everybody book, that could be something where, you know, Kennebunk is more, because that's all the commercial, that's a commercial exit out, you know, to the main road.
Yeah, a lot of them may be going
You
out,
know,
right,
so
so
it's.
I think that's, okay.
Go ahead.
Next, we have Terry.
Hi, Terry Coakley again, Lobstore, 173 Mercantile. On the reservation system that you have now for the buses, when an agency is making a reservation, they have to enter in, obviously, like their contact information, stuff like that. Are they also entering in credit card information?
They're not doing it on that site, they do it on a separate protected site with Stripe.
That's a commercial stripe.
Okay, so it takes them to like another,
Takes
System.
them, right,
Like
just
any
like anywhere
e-commerce.
that you
Yeah.
do a credit card transaction. It's not within the town, it's going to a commercial site.
got it. And so if we're processing credit, or you're processing credit card payments, are you adding in like a credit card fee for this? Or are you absorbing the credit card fees and the transaction fees? You know what I mean? So if you're charging, you know,
I think the
$50
permit
for someone to
covers
buy
it, is
bus,
the answer.
The
The permit
covers.
cost would cover that processing
Yeah.
fee.
that's factored into the fees?
Well,
Just thinking like from like a
no,
cost.
The permit
no,
cost.
It's a good
covers
point. I don't think, I'll be honest, I don't think we probably thought about it at this point. I would kind of, Laurie's
$50
thinking that's
Yeah.
included.
Well, it's like when we charge parking fees at Dock Square. There's not a processing fee. The parking fee covers
Covers
the
it.
processing
Yeah,
cost.
so same thing as what
So
we do
we
down
get
in.
one
the
We're not gonna
parking
hit
lot.
them up for the processing fee is the
No.
answer.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is something that you could look into to offset, again, some of the payroll costs that you're gonna,
But the
Kind of
whole pricing
get from this.
schedule is gonna have to
But-
be looked into, for sure.
yeah. And then on the booking the booking system itself, does it go over, like, is there like a cancellation policy? Is there like a, you know what I
Yeah.
mean, like anything?
Yep, there's a
Like, can you-
cancellation policy that
And a
Hope showed us,
reschedule.
and a rescheduling policy.
There's not a
And then,
policy,
so-
but we do
but-
need
So
to
if
come up
somebody books, if someone books, I'm looking at this from like when, like a hotel booking. So you book a reservation, you put an advance deposit on, you have X amount of days to cancel it with like no fee. Like, are you charging like an advance deposit maybe, or?
TBD on that. It only goes out 1 month, so we don't have a huge lead time to when the bus is going to show. But
Yeah.
that's still being thought through.
Got it. And is this, like on the system itself, like I know in one of the other meetings, you guys had mentioned that you had like QR codes or postcards that you sent out. So if people got those at the bus convention, whatever it was, does that QR code take them to this booking engine?
The QR code just took them to the town website where there was information that they could
Got it.
contact and
Oh, cool.
stay up to date.
So everyone everyone who received that information is like up to date, so to speak, on stuff.
Well, if
Ish.
they keep coming back to the town's website, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Cool.
your point is if someone has a QR code and the QR code takes them to the town's website, and then we have the bus reservation available on the town's website,
Yeah.
that's how they would connect. It's not gonna take them, I don't envision it right now, taking them right to the reservation system.
No.
Got it. No, cool. Just wondering. All right. That's all.
Okay,
All right,
thank
thanks.
you.
Bye.
Anyone else? That's it? Yes.
How are you?
Hi, Krista Nagy. I work for the Chamber of Commerce and I'm a resident of Wells. I just have a couple questions. In terms of the booking for the reservations, were we correct in understanding that they are only going to be allowed to book within a 30-day period?
Currently, that's the plan, yes.
So for all the tour operators that have all their tours booked for this entire season, they will have to do it every single month?
Yes.
Okay. My second question is on the resource allocation. So am I correct in understanding that you plan to hire one person to manage this season?
That's the current plan.
No,
No, we're
Wrong.
hiring two.
No.
we're not, well, I'm saying, we need more than one person to cover the hours that we have.
We do now, yeah, but we were planning to hire one.
Okay, because I
Doesn't
was.
mean we're not gonna hire two.
Yeah, because I guess my question was around, how do you envision one person managing two locations on Cross Street and overflow on Ocean Ave, calls, questions, potentially buses that are dropping off illegally in Dock Square? We're going to potentially need multiple resources in order to do that. You know, our team have had multiple folks on Cross Street at one time, so I anticipate it being a challenge with one person.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so we'll probably continue to have conversations with you about that. Thanks.
All right, anyone else?
Oh, is this actually the public
I
hearing?
didn't notice my
I
picture
don't-
was
Yeah.
If we open this,
Are we
so that was
closing
part of the public hearing?
All right, the public hearing has been opened. I will be closing it. Thank you so much for your participation. Do I have a motion to?
So before we make motions, can we just confirm any amendments so that I have them correct?
My understanding is that we have,
Well, we have
the time is going to be on E, is going to say 9 to 6 for Cross Street, and 6 to 8 on Ocean Avenue.
Well, it would extend to 8 on Ocean Ave.
Say that again?
No,
Well,
No,
no,
no.
we're only going to do reservations.
not
for
making
Oh,
six
reservation,
days.
sorry, reservation,
These are
sorry, yes, okay,
reservations.
6 to 8, yes, sorry.
6 PM to 8 PM on
Yep.
Ocean.
Thank you. And then on F, under reservation fee, we're going to change existing reservations will be subject, will to may
May.
be subject.
And 2 times.
And the, for a fee of 4 times is
Two.
being
Two.
changed. The fee of 4 times is being changed to 2
Two.
times.
2, and then I'm going to make a proposal that on D2, that we include Union Street on the list of streets that there can be prohibited from stopping, standing, parking, loading, or unloading. Even though it's in the diagram, we're going to actually name Union Street.
Well, why don't we say bounded by, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, boom, and then open paren after Ocean Avenue, including Union Street, close paren.
Can we put a,
Because it's not bounded by Union
Okay,
Street.
okay, that's fine. I just want Union,
That's a great compromise, good job.
thank you. Union Street will be listed in there.
Get it in there.
And can we also add how many angels can actually dance on the head of a pin?
Yeah.
Something like that idea.
Are there
getting late.
any other, do I hear any other amendments?
I think we
Hearing
got
none, I'll
it.
ask for a motion.
I will make a motion to adopt, what is this called?
First and second, discussion, I hope not. All in favor?
There we go.
There we go. We've entered the world.
Yay.
So, now for item 14, public hearing, again, to consider amendments to ordinance chapter 160-11. This is parking and control regulations for the amendments to parking locations on Ocean Avenue. This basically is the removal of the parking spots on Ocean Avenue to allow for the placement of the bus loading and unloading area described in the motor coach ordinance above.
I have a question.
Yes.
So after November, are the parking spots gonna come back?
Yes.
Yes. My position would be yes.
That probably needs to be in the ordinance.
So I would remind you, this bus ordinance now is year-round. You took out the time period.
That's right,
Oh, yeah.
that's right, remember,
Right.
because they said buses were coming for Prelude and,
Would it mean we would not, would we be prevented from opening it up to parking if we so decided?
You would have to change the ordinance.
We would have to, so yes, is the answer, yeah, we'd have to
I
change
mean,
it.
you wouldn't be prevented, you just
We have to change the
regulate.
ordinance, no, I'm sorry,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly, but the way the ordinance is written.
I think in that time frame, the parking is okay down around there, you know?
It's not busy,
No,
No,
so
but
I
it
think
sure
we
is
should be,
convenient.
we should be okay though to,
but you have it on, Prelude, it's busy,
but Prelude buses are coming.
Well,
Why don't we see how this summer goes?
yeah.
Yeah,
And
let's
then
we
see.
could-
maybe you could change the
well, we may need
regulation
to revisit some
that
of it.
street
Yeah.
is November, you know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And we
As
just-
it
That
stands,
sounds all right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
okay.
any other thoughts from the board? Then I'll open the public hearing. Any comments from the floor? Anybody on Zoom?
No hands raised.
Marvelous. I'll close the hearing, and then ask please for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the amendments to chapter 160-23, commercial operation of tour buses.
Second.
First,
No, we did that one. Now you need one
No, we
sixty
haven't.
dash
160-11.
for Ocean
Yeah.
Avenue.
Picky,
one.
picky, picky, picky,
Picky,
picky,
picky,
picky, picky.
So,
Boy,
take
blood
two.
sugar's a little low, huh?
take two.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve amendment to chapter 160-11,
Parking.
parking and control regulations for amendments to parking locations on Ocean Ave.
Yep.
So
Second.
moved.
I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Awesome.
Thank you. Item 15, this is to consider the fee for the motor coach reservations. So now that the amendments have been made, the board needs to set a fee. Previously, we discussed a fee of $50 per visit. That's one drop-off and one pickup.
So moved.
First,
Yeah.
waiting for a second.
Second.
For first and second, for $50, all in favor? Thank you. Is there no, I should have asked for comments and thank you. Good. On item 16,
Do we have to do the penalties too, or is that already, we adopted?
That's already in
Okay.
the penalties in
Yep.
the
it's
language.
all a factor of.
Gotcha, okay.
Yep.
This is to appoint ballot clerks for the next 2 years. Every 2 years, the board must appoint ballot clerks used at elections. So do we have people?
I'll make a motion to appoint the proposed slate of ballot clerks for a term of 2 years.
Second.
I have a first and second. Discussion, hearing none, all in favor. Perfect. Item 17, this is.
18.
Oh, marvelous.
No, we have to appoint
Oh,
town
you're at
officers.
Sorry.
17.
17.
Annual appointment of town officers. So again, each year we need to do this. Do I have a motion for the slate?
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? And now, item 18, this is to consider a request from the Goose Rocks Beach Advisory Committee to expend $4,500 on signage for dunes and public entrances to Goose Rocks Beach, as well as $1,400 to support this year's beach cleanup.
So moved.
Second.
Excellent. First and second, all in favor. Item 19, authorize quitclaim deed for map lot 21-9-63. This is the quitclaim deed for the property located at 123 Wells District Road. It is $2,769 for real estate taxes and $747 for sewer.
I'll make a motion to approve the quit claim deed for map lot 021-009-063.
I have a first,
I don't know.
Second.
first and second, all in favor? Item 20, this is to authorize a quitclaim deed for map lot 12-3-3B. This is the quick claim for the property at 111 North Street. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? And I will ask, Joe, do you have any other business?
Negative.
David?
No.
Oh, boy.
I've got 4 or 5 questions.
Yeah, actually, I've got about an hour worth of stuff I want to bring up.
Mary Beth?
I just want to know where everybody went. You know, if you can't hang, you gotta, you gotta close the joint. When
and
you show up,
so the
you should
people who
stay and
stayed-
close the
But you'll all
joint.
get
The
extra
people who
credit.
stayed-
I'll tell you that right now. You all
Yeah,
get extra
stay
credit.
to closing time, that's what I say.
Ryan's will host.
We just don't have the official quitclaim deed, so I need you to stop by the office in the next couple of days to sign it.
Okay.
You could see Nicole,
Nicole, good.
See Nicole.
All righty. And now we need to approve the March 26th, 2026 Treasurer's Warrant.
So moved. Second.
And first and second, all in favor? And now,
David?
Motion to adjourn.
all in favor?
Want to ask you a question?